Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the CABE Malaysia International Conference 2025, held here at the Asian International Arbitration Centre, Bangunan Sulaiman. This year, we proudly celebrate a momentous milestone, the 100th anniversary of Chartered Association of Building Engineers, a century of unifying professionals in construction. And today's theme, constructive collaboration, perfectly reflect our shared mission to build not just structure, but strong professional bond across the built environment. We are honored to be joined by an esteemed lineup of speakers, and notably our distinguished guest of honors, Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE, Dr. Mary Lim, Director of the Asian International Arbitration Centre. We thank you for your presence and contribution in making this conference truly special. To commence our program, I would like to invite SR Isacc Rajan, Chair of CABE Malaysia Chapter, to deliver his welcoming address.
Thank you very much, Amir. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellows, Dato, and all distinguished delegates. Good morning and selamat datang. We have quite a number of students here today. It's very encouraging to see students, although it's just about 9. So we have, according to our tech people, this is a hybrid conference, so we have online participants who have already registered. We're supposed to have about 200, but now it's about half of it. They will be coming on board. And now, on behalf of the organizing committee and the Chartered Association of Building Engineers Malaysia Chapter, it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome every one of you to this year's conference. We have been conducting this conference for the past decade, almost every year, and this year is the 100th anniversary of CABE's existence in the United Kingdom. So it started out as a professional body, originally known as the Incorporated Association of Architects and Surveyors, and then it moved on to Association of Building Engineers, and it received its royal charter about a decade ago. And today we are actually, this year we are celebrating the 100th year anniversary. And hence you can see that the logo has got a different, a separate logo here. Now, this is a hybrid conference, and participants are coming from worldwide. So we have people from UK, we have people from Australia, New Zealand, including Singapore, Macau, and Hong Kong. And it's got a diverse delegates who are watching us live now. And we are pleased to say that we have gathered here today as professionals, and one of the things is that we are encouraging our students. So we would like the professionals to actually, or the students to get an insight of the professional services that are provided by our members. And hopefully also some of them will join us in the profession and to learn some of the things from our peers. And we have a distinguished number of speakers today who will impart their knowledge and experience in technical areas, as well as towards the end of it, for every construction you will in Malaysia, you probably have got some of them will be ending up in the dispute. So we start out with the technical side, and we talk about sustainability, we talk about digitalization of the construction industry in terms of project management, and then we will also end at the part of dispute resolution. So dispute resolution ends to show that there's a whole process, a whole cycle that starts with all these aspects of proper design, proper management, and then if it still fails, then you have to resolve it amicably. May not be very amicable, but it is a solution that people will have to live with. This conference today actually brings together some of the experts that you will later on be receiving their views and their experience on the area of practice, which is basically what our guest of honor from UK, our technical director for CABE, Dr. Hywel, he will talk more on sustainability and also the regime changes in the UK as a result of certain disasters that happened there that we would like to also learn of the UK experience. Yeah, this year's theme is constructive collaboration. Now it reflects our commitment to innovate for purpose and impact. Over the entire day, we will encourage everyone to deeply get involved in discussions with the speakers as they present their piece, and after that you could ask questions and we can have a lively discussion on the experience from the audience as well as from our speakers. Yeah. I would like to extend also our deepest gratitude to our endorsers, sponsors and supporters. As you can see here, we have a host of endorsers here, and we have sponsors over there. And we are grateful for the sponsors as well as the endorsers. And with that also we have got CPD points being given, awarded by the endorsing authorities. So let this conference also spark new ideas and a platform, and hopefully that some dialogue will be taken back to UK, because the experience that our UK technical director will use it for their consultation with the government, and vice versa. We also will learn things from his talk, and we will also take this to our governments through the various ministries. So let this conference, so therefore I wish everyone here a productive, insightful and enjoyable conference experience. So thank you very much.
I like the inspiring word. Next, I'm pleased to welcome our host and guest of honor, Datuk Mary Lim, Director of AIAC, to address the conference.
Thank you very much, Amir. Good morning to Dr. Hywel Davies, who is the Technical Director of CABE, Surveyor Isacc, Sunder Rajan, Chair of CABE Malaysia's Chapter, and I think Sam from the Singapore Chapter with two other colleagues, and all the fellows, members of CABE, and everybody related to the industry. And right at the back of the hall, easily about 5 rows of the budding wannabes. So the front rows, the 2-3 rows in the front, watch it and watch out. Those 5 rows are coming at you. And that's not even including those who are following us hybrid. I do not know the numbers. I think Isaac warned about 200. Yes, and those 200 are also looking for your space. So good morning and selamat pagi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming to the House of Alternative Dispute Resolution. This is the Bangunan Sulaiman, specifically assigned by the Government of Malaysia for the resolution of disputes. And it doesn't matter what kind of disputes you have, particularly the construction industry has somehow found a niche and a little safe space here in Malaysia. I welcome you to this space. Ladies and gentlemen, for the last few years, the buzz in the construction industry has been about collaborative contracts Even in the UK, there is a push to experiment with such kind of contracts to see if they in fact work better for all, from the principal party to the nominated subcontractors and everybody else that's involved in the construction project. I understand the intent is to get everyone to sign in these collaborative contracts on the bottom of the same page in that single contract. No more copying and pasting, with much lost frequently in translation and in conversion. To now see the CABE, the August Chartered Association of Building Engineers, now discuss constructive collaboration is indeed encouraging, especially on the varied and contemporary interests and aspects covered in this single-day conference. To my mind, CABE's efforts is in fact a recognition of a need to build on each other and to support all. That a project needs more hands on deck, for otherwise it will fall like a deck of cards, like what happened unfortunately in Bangkok recently and in Glenfell some years ago. I'm quite confident, ladies and gentlemen, that the organizers have carefully considered current issues that need to be more fully and carefully deliberated, and with everyone's assistance in the hall, young and old, you will perhaps be able to tease some solutions into place, or at least offer the same on the table for real and proper consideration, and as Isacc said, for the governments, be it of the UK, Malaysia, or even Singapore. In that regard, I noticed that the industry has kept an eye on other regimes in other jurisdictions and the need for sustainability in our new world ecosystem, which is in fact very much assisted and now powered by our one and only companion, the AI, whether you want to call it artificial or actual intelligence. It's become our new traveling companion and our project, hopefully not project manager. On behalf of the AIAC and personally too, I would like to thank CABE and in particular Isacc and Dr. Hill for collaborating with us for today's event. I know of the amount of planning details that had to be attended to. Isacc started talking about this, was it last year? So a lot has gone into planning and executing a project, no different from what you would see from thought paper to design and use on the road, be it a building, an airport, or even your transport. In the many sessions which have been curated with outstanding and distinguished speakers to boot, it's no surprise that the uptake on this event has been, I understand, spontaneous and very encouraging. As the AIAC here turns the corner for a more confident and mature outlook in our organizational structure, and it's in fact a response to you, to the ADR community worldwide and also nationally, we at the AIC will continue to look to you, the key players, the key industry players, such as yourself and others, for your support and for promotion. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wish everyone success, and please enjoy our facilities, and more important, the interesting lessons which I'm sure the distinguished speakers will impart to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for the gracious welcome. I'd like to invite you back on stage. We would like to invite Dr. Hywel Davies and also SR Isacc. present a special recorded message from the leadership of the Chartered Association of Building Engineers. Please turn your attention to the screen for a joint welcome by Mr. Richard Flynn, President of CABE, and Mr. Richard Harrell, CEO of CABE.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the CABE Malaysian Conference, Construction Collaboration here in the Asian International Arbitration Centre in Kuala Lumpur. CABE is known as the Friendly Association, and it gives me great joy to welcome you all to this conference as CABE's President in this our centenary year. I'm really disappointed I cannot be with you in person today. We've just completed a very successful visit to our Hong Kong office, and unfortunately scheduling did not permit us to extend our stay to taking a visit to Malaysia this time. I'm certainly in good hands under the leadership of Malaysian Chapter Chair Isacc and CABE's Technical Director Dr. Hywel Davies, who is with you today to launch your conference event. Engineering remains key to addressing some of society's biggest challenges, providing housing and new space to live and work, reducing climate impacts and making our cities more resilient to climate change, providing the infrastructure that underpins our economies, and enabling great feats of construction as we see throughout the APAC region, including in Malaysia, Hong Kong, Macau and Singapore. CABE is proud to celebrate our 100th year as a professional association. During that period we've been known as the Incorporated Association of Architects and Surveyors, the Association of Building Engineers, and became the Chartered Association when we received our RAD Charter in 2013. This is a reminder that my role, and that of the current executive, is only one part of a much longer history of working to raise professional standards in the public interest. CABE is also the youngest professional engineering institute in the UK, and whilst we are young in this respect, we are proud of also being amongst the most progressive engineering institutes. Since becoming president, I've taken great pride in having seen CABE consistently deliver against objectives set out in our RAD Charter. These objectives are to set standards for and assess the competence of building engineers, to share knowledge and promote improvement in building practice, and to collaborate with other bodies. Over recent years, CABE has raised standards amongst our membership and introduced new registration systems to help our members demonstrate their engineering excellence or environmental competence. As chartered engineers, we're bound to seek continuous improvement, and the same is true for CABE as an organisation. So we will continue to raise standards and develop new and better ways to improve the skills and knowledge needed to deliver excellence in the built environment. To do this, we will need to continue to work with our chapter committees across the Asia Pacific region. Many of whom are here today. Can I please express my sincere thanks for your support and for the work you undertake on behalf of the association. And we will need to work ever more closely with our academic partners. CABE is committed to create stronger connections between industry and universities and colleges that we accredit, helping to improve relevance and quality of the courses our partners deliver. I would like to also thank all our academic partners and their representatives attending this event today for continuing to work with CABE. In particular, I welcome representative delegates from the Malaysian Board of Technologists, who have recently also become CABE members through our recent mutual recognition agreement. I hope that you have a wonderful conference, and I wish you all good health and good spirits. Thank you very much.
So the next video will be from Mr. Richard Harrell, CEO of CABE.
Good morning. Fantastic to be here at this Malaysia International Conference 2025. I'm Richard Harrell. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the Chartered Association of Building Engineers, and I'm very honoured to be able to speak to you to introduce this international conference, which brings together so many people with tremendous insight, knowledge and understanding, and a desire to share that understanding with CABE members and all those who are attending today. Welcome. I'm sure you're going to have a fantastic conference, and I wish I could be there to meet with you. I hope to be able to meet with you at some stage in the future, but nonetheless, I'm sure this will be a tremendous event for everyone involved. I'd like to extend a personal thanks to Isacc Sunder Rajan, our Malaysian chair, who does tremendous work for us and has his own wealth of experience and insight that he brings to everything he does for the CABE chapter. So thank you, Isacc, for the work you do and the engagement you have with the industry in Malaysia. And I'd also ask you all to extend a warm welcome to Hywel Davies, our technical director, who is visiting this week in Malaysia and speaking at the conference today. Hywel brings an immense wealth of knowledge, and I'm sure we'll be happy to speak to you about any issues or questions you may have across a wide range of subject matters. CABE is a global professional body with a multidisciplinary membership which spans many technical specialisms through design, operation, maintenance and demolition. And this gives us a unique range of insights and a unique set of opportunities to share knowledge amongst professional bodies and amongst our membership. We were formed in 1925 as the Incorporated Association of Architects and Surveyors. We moved to Northampton in the UK as our headquarters in 1978. We became the Association of Building Engineers in 1993 and gained our Royal Charter, which sets out our objectives and the way that we are governed, in 2013. In 2020, we became the youngest organisation to be licensed by the Engineering Council and set up our first overseas office in Hong Kong. And in 2023, we became the only professional body licensed by the English and Welsh government to assess the competence of building inspectors. We continue to look to develop in the future, and we're interested in your views as to how we can do more in Malaysia to support you, our members, and to deliver better outcomes in the built environment. Our formation in 1925 means that this is our 100th birthday year, and we've been delighted to be able to celebrate that with our members in the Asia Pacific area at an event in Hong Kong in early April, and I'm sure that you'll all be able to celebrate further this amazing milestone for the association after the conference closes today. Nonetheless, 100 years of sharing knowledge and setting standards is not something to be passed without comment, and so I think I would ask you all to congratulate the local members and others on this 100th year anniversary. Key to that longevity has been good governance, and our board has seen some further changes as it does on an annual basis. I'm delighted that CABE has a very democratic structure where the board is elected by the membership to represent them and to oversee our activities. This year we've seen Maria Caulfield and Dominic Workman elected to the board, but we've also co-opted 4 members who will join the board from June, including Kieran C, our Hong Kong chair, to provide insight into the Asia Pacific area and to deliver support to the board across a range of areas of advice, alongside Jessica Reed, Stuart Farley and Stuart MacArthur. Richard Flynn will step down as president in May, and Zoe Cox will take over. That means that Richard Smith, who visited Malaysia last year, will step down from the management group, and his place will be taken by Veronica Fior, who joins as vice president. In terms of our plans and how we look to work for the future, CABE does operate globally. We have 8 chapters in addition to the UK and Republic of Ireland, and members work in more than 55 countries. The chapters include Hong Kong, Macau, Malaysia, Singapore, New Zealand, Qatar and the United States. Our Engineering Council accreditation provides worldwide formal recognition as a building engineer, including now in 26 states in the US, but also globally under the Dublin, Lisbon and Washington Accords. And we remain committed to developing support for our members wherever they work. Everything we do is underpinned by 5 pillars of competence that help to build effective systems for professional development. That includes setting robust standards that are relevant to the markets we operate in, having robust assessment methodologies that genuinely measure and check the competence, which are the skills, knowledge, experience and behaviours of our members, a professional development system that continues to evolve to integrate industry gold standard competence management practices that support through life development. We are looking in the future at how we can support companies and organisations to be more competent in the way they manage and deliver competent activities for their clients and for their societies. And we try to work within that framework under third-party oversight through our Royal Charter Engineering Council licence and accredited activities. This is all supported by a cutting-edge member competence framework that integrates the latest thinking on building safety and professional behaviours from the UK markets and lessons learnt from the Grenfell fire tragedy, allied with a robust code of conduct and disciplinary system to ensure that our members' conduct can be measured and managed appropriately. Key to all of the work that our members do are the professional values that we hold very dearly. Compliance with that code of conduct is very much at the heart of that. It's about professional behaviours and standards being maintained. The primacy of health and safety is absolutely critical, so managing and applying safe systems of work is something we prioritise wherever our members work. It's important that we tread on the earth lightly and minimise the impact of our industry in terms of sustainability. Professional development remains absolutely core to everything we do, and we continue to evolve those practices. And of course, promoting ethical behaviours is absolutely key to respecting and delivering the outcomes that our societies expect. To do that, we focus on three key areas: providing public assurance so that we can ensure that regulators, clients, the employers and the public all have confidence in the capability of our members and the conduct of our members to deliver the services they offer professionally. To do that, we focus on improving competence, which means mainstreaming competence management practice to drive continuous improvement, moving to a more thorough and supportive cycle of annual professional review, and ultimately offering periodic revalidation so that there is a third-party attested test that members' competence remains valid throughout their career. In all of that, we are seeking to achieve three things, or to answer three questions. How do we help our members perform better? How do we improve our members' professional lives so that they enjoy a better career and a better professional quality of life? And how do we improve the impact of our members' work in the public interest? All of this is underpinned by our work of our APAC offices and staff in Hong Kong, and an HQ based in the UK focused on continual improvement in our members' interests. Our membership structure provides a career escalation ladder from student through technician, associate and graduate memberships, leading to a chartered status as a chartered member, then as a chartered building engineer and chartered fellow. And we offer additional registrations with the Engineering Council at chartered engineer status, incorporated engineer status and engineering technician status. That's allied with a new registration system for higher risk buildings, which is driven by the need to provide greater assurance of competence on this type of building work following the Grenfell Tower fire in the UK. We also offer a registration with Society for the Environment, a chartered environmentalist, registered environmentalist and registered environmental technician, which helps to provide assurance of people's ability to work sustainably in line with our values and beliefs. We provide a wide range of benefits, including training courses, and we'd be interested in learning more about the training you might want to see in Malaysia. We've introduced new competence management systems to provide digital support to help our members develop their competence more effectively through professional development planning, and linked to a database of approved and accredited training. And we've introduced a new system for approval and assessment of CPD and training material to ensure it has value, relevance and is of the right quality. We look for deals to enable our members to access knowledge more effectively. For instance, our BSI knowledge package gives access to smaller practices with lower turnover, to the full suite of British standards, many of which remain relevant throughout the Asia Pacific area. And our Building Engineer Journal goes from strength to strength. If there are articles you would like to contribute, please get in touch. We're always willing and happy to hear from members who want to contribute. We also have an active CABE for Women network, which is doing great work in supporting more women into the building engineering profession. Finally, the CABE Benevolent Fund remains available to all of our members to provide support in times of difficulty. In particular, CABE can provide support where people are suffering from mental health issues, including worry, anxiety or stress. But if you feel that someone needs some support or you need to help yourself and you are a CABE member, then please do get in touch, because the Benevolent Fund can do some amazing things to help. Finally, I would just like to express my personal gratitude to the CABE Malaysia Committee for all their exceptional hard work in delivering this conference. I hope you have a wonderful time. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fascinating, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet with you all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Flynn and Mr. Harold for the warm wishes and for the steadfast leadership in guiding CABE into the next century. To officially launch the CABE Malaysia International Conference 2025, it is my honor to invite Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE. Dr. Davies, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's an honour to be here. Thank you for your welcome, Dr. Mary, and I will be assuring Richard Harrell that his request that I'm warmly welcomed has been fulfilled ever since I arrived on Monday. I've been made very welcome, and I've had the opportunity to visit the CIDB, University of Malaya, and MBOT, and I've been made very welcome and had very helpful conversations at all of those, as well as spending some time with Dr. Mary on Wednesday morning here and learning a little bit more about the work of the centre. It is my pleasure to be here today to take part in the conference, to share some of my experience of the past few years working on the aftermath of the Grenfell tragedy. And I'm very well aware that this conference is really the highlight of the year for the Malaysian chapter. And I think I would like to add the thanks that Dr. Mary and Richard, both Richards, have just expressed to Isacc and to the others on the local committee. I do have some idea how much work goes into these things. They don't just happen. There's a great deal of effort. And on behalf of everyone, I'd like to say thank you for your hard work, all of you. The fact that we're having a conference about constructive collaboration in a centre that's dedicated to dispute resolution, I think highlights the challenge that we have in the construction sector. We want to deliver safe, sustainable buildings. We want them to serve their purpose for the people who will use them, and we want them to last for their intended life. And we want those buildings to be financially viable and free of significant defects. And I think in the first two sessions we're going to be looking at how we can deliver safety and sustainability, and we'll be looking at the role of safe and sustainable products, of effective project management, and how digitalisation can advance what we do in the built environment, how it can help us in our ambitions of delivering better buildings. But unfortunately, when it all goes wrong, and it too often does go wrong, we need to resolve disputes effectively, with a minimum of resource and quickly, and our final three presentations are going to look at how we can do that. So we have a wide-ranging day of continuing professional development ahead of us. Please make the most of the presentations and also the chance to network with others. I really would encourage those in the rows at the back who are looking forward to taking our places when we stop. Please do make the most of the opportunity to come and talk to us, to find out more about what we're doing. My presentation in a minute is going to pack in far more than I can cover in detail. So if you have questions, do please come and ask me. But one of the real benefits of a professional body is the opportunity to network and make contacts with others. And so please do that today. One other word of thanks that I'd like to say. These events do not happen without the support of sponsors, and we have seen their details up on the screen earlier. I'd like to add my thanks to those that have already been expressed. It is a bit of a cliche, but it is absolutely true to say that these sorts of events do not happen without sponsors, and so thank you to all of those who have sponsored today. Finally, I would like to declare the Constructive Collaboration Conference open.
Thank you, Dr. Davies. With that, our conference is officially underway. So next, we like to acknowledge our sponsor, and we like to call Sir Isacc. Before we continue with our keynote address and speaker session, we like to share an important reminder to all of our presenters. To help keep the program running smoothly, the technical team will be playing 2 alert tones during each presentation. So AV team, can you please play the 5 minutes remaining and time start tone? This will be the 5 minute remaining and also time start tone. And the second will be the wrap up sound. Team AV, can you please? Right, so that will be signal it's time to wrap up your presentation. So we appreciate your cooperation in keeping time. Thank you so much. And we now move into our first keynote session. Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE, will present on overview of new building control regime in England and Wales.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm going to need to go very quickly. I have said to Isaac that I'm going to make the slides available. There's a lot more detail in the slides than I can talk about, but that's because I hope that what I say will be sufficiently interesting that you will want to go and have a look at some of the material afterwards. So with that, and now I will try and work out where I point to this. Does it need? Right, clickers. Right, while I can't get the clicker to work, could I have the next slide, please? Thank you. It's important to start off by recognising that the whole reason for being here to give this presentation is the Grenfell Tower tragedy that occurred in London in 2017, in which 72 people lost their lives. And the public inquiry that ran for nearly 7 years was quite clear in its finding that the deaths that occurred at Grenfell Tower were all avoidable. And it is a tragedy to think that 72 people lost their lives in this way. And it has led to very far-reaching reforms of the way that we build in the UK. And I do hope that in going through this, it will provide useful knowledge to you all. I'm afraid there are a lot of things here that can only be described as please don't do it this way. And there are some things where I sometimes feel like saying to colleagues in the industry, will we ever learn? And you'll see what I mean as I go through this. I now seem to have managed... come on. Thank you. Right. Apologies. There we are. This is why we need competence in the industry. Now, a word of warning, this is complicated and there are many moving parts. And I'm only going to be able to scratch the surface. You will get the slides afterwards, and there are some important links on this slide to some of the source documents where you can go to find out more about aspects of the presentation and the events that interest you. The Grenfell Tower inquiry set off a number of things, the first of which was the establishment of the public inquiry, but at the same time a review of building regulations and fire safety was initiated in 2017 within a couple of months of the fire, and that reported in 2018. And that did a very thorough analysis of the system that we had in place that allowed the Grenfell Tower refurbishment to be undertaken. Some of the evidence that came out at the public inquiry, particularly about product testing, and I'm going to say more about that in a few minutes, which was pretty shocking, to be quite honest, that evidence triggered a further review of product testing and certification. And the inquiry itself has now reported. The report runs to 1,700 pages, and Part 14 details the recommendations, of which there are 58, and 26 of them relate directly to construction. The others relate to emergency evacuation and to the fire service and to civil emergencies. So a bit of background to what happened. Grenfell Tower was built in the early 1970s. It was a reinforced concrete building, very little combustible material in it, and it was designed with a single staircase and a stay-put policy. The thinking was that any fire would be contained within the compartment of origin. It was then upgraded, allegedly, in 2015, and this was done partly to improve the thermal performance for sustainability reasons and to reduce energy consumption, and partly We have to be honest to improve the appearance of the building. The building is located in a part of London called the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea, and it probably houses some of the wealthiest people in the country and some of the poorest. And there was a concern that Grenfell Tower was having a negative impact on property values, and so the council was under pressure to make it look good. Now, there's nothing wrong with making it look good if the way you make it look good is safe. Now, that brings me on to construction products and systems, and I will only touch very briefly on this because we're going to have a much more thorough presentation about fire safety after the coffee break. But the fire doors were broadly a failure. Many of them did not fit properly. They had had door closers disabled. Indeed, some of the maintenance staff had helped occupants to disable the door closers because they were inconvenient. The fact that they were actually there to prevent smoke getting from common areas into flats or vice versa, and that they were quite important to life safety seemed to get completely overlooked. And it's worth noting that of the 72 deaths, I think it was 69 were attributed to smoke inhalation. The building became smoke-filled very quickly as the fire developed. The public inquiry report was pretty damning about some of the product manufacturers. And you'll see these are quotes from the public inquiry. Manufacturers of cladding and insulation showing systematic dishonesty and engaging in deliberate and sustained strategies to manipulate the testing processes, misrepresent test data and mislead the market. Pretty serious stuff, and I will make the observation that the Metropolitan Police Service in London has an ongoing criminal inquiry into Grenfell. I'm not going to make any comments on that, but it is worth being aware. I'm sometimes asked, has anybody faced any consequences for what happened? And the answer is not yet. The Grenfell refurbishment used aluminium composite material, and that was because the original zinc cladding that was proposed was too expensive, and the contractor was keen to use the ACM, and we'll see some of the problems with that in a minute. It's worth noting that the manufacturer knew that the product wasn't really compliant with the regulations, and yet they still supplied it and allowed it to be used. And the product in question was Alucobond. It's 2 layers of aluminium with polyethylene foam in between. Polyethylene foam is marginally less combustible than liquid petrol, but only marginally. And that was put on the outside of the building. And there were all sorts of installation failings with the way that the cladding was undertaken, but I don't have time to go into them. The inquiry is very clear that Arconic, they knew what their product would do, and they deliberately concealed it from the market. And they also persisted in giving incorrect information about the fire performance of their product, even though it wasn't really suitable for the use it was put to. Moving to the installation, Kingspan, who were manufacturers of K15 insulation, they had achieved this by false means. The 2005 formulation passed a full-scale fire test. The 2006 modifications to the formulation did not pass, and so Kingspan got the 2006 formulation certified using the 2005 test data. Now, that is clearly misrepresentation. It isn't in the slides, but one of the instant messages that was shown to the inquiry exchanged between two of the Kingspan employees. One said to the other on the day they were awarded a particular certificate, "All we do here is lie, lol." It's in the transcript on day 84. I am not lying. Kingspan were determined to get this product on the market and sell it and to create a dominant commercial position, which they did. And as a result, Celotex were then under pressure to create a similar product, which they did. Unfortunately, the way they did it, they cheated in a different way. They put magnesium oxide boards on the test rig to restrict spread of fire from the edges of the test rig. So they too indulged in dishonesty to get the product approved, and they also, well, there is also clear evidence that the test house were either incompetent or worse, because they allowed that test rig to be built and used without anybody saying, hang on a minute, what are those magnesium oxide boards doing? They're not meant to be there. So it's not just the manufacturers, it's the test house. And you can begin to see now why a review of testing and certification was commissioned in the middle of the public inquiry. So Celotex rigged their test, they got their product certified, and they then competed with Kingspan. It was Celotex that was the product specified for Grenfell Tower. Kingspan product was only used, and they were only dragged into things because the builder's merchant ran out of Celotex and they'd got some K15 instead, so they sent a lorry load of that to the site. And the first Kingspan knew that their product had been used was after the fire, when the investigation started. And I suspect that there was a bit of a shock when Kingspan learned that they were implicated as well. The public inquiry, their version, their comment on Celotex, that their claim that the product was acceptable was based on manipulation, and they say with the complicity of BRE. So you know they don't accept incompetence. They've been more outspoken. And the certification bodies who awarded certificates based on these manipulated or falsified test results failed to ensure that the statements in their product certificates were accurate and based on test evidence. So it's really important that our testing and certification infrastructure is working effectively, is challenging, is asking questions, is making sure that the information that is put in front of them is accurate. And that may mean sometimes having further testing done. It may mean saying, we're not going to take this on trust, we're going to test it again and see whether the answers that we've got are right. As well as these failures amongst the product manufacturers, we had failures in regulation. In England and Wales, we have a system whereby we have functional outcomes prescribed in the regulations. We have competition between the public and the private sector in the provision of building inspection. So local government provides building inspection, but so do what are called approved inspectors. And there's been a long concern that that has led to a race to the bottom and a negative impact on the quality of building inspection. That's one of the things that is now changing as a result of the reforms. And from the slide says from the 1990s onwards, arguably from the 1980s onwards, we have had progressive deregulation. And a view that regulation is a barrier to business, it's a burden on industry, and therefore regulation is to be removed wherever possible. I think everybody agrees that removing regulation to the extent that allows what happened at Grenfell is not good regulation. And again, there will come a time when there will be pressure in any system to ease up and deregulate. Well, the Grenfell Tower story is a salutary warning of what happens in those circumstances. There were a number of failings in central government. They didn't listen to warnings, they were given evidence and they didn't act on it. Responsibility was spread across several government departments. The statutory guidance on how to meet the functional requirements was confusing and not well understood. There was a lack of priority given to building regulations and fire safety. So all of these things contributed. There'd been a number of cladding fires that had prompted warnings, and they simply weren't acted on adequately. So moving to the specific recommendations from the inquiry, as I say, there were 58, 26 relate to construction. I'm going to concentrate on implications around building and not on the fire service. The government has now responded to the report, and actually it was at the end of February they announced their response, and that is going to require further legislation and further reform in the industry. So government and regulators were criticised for prioritising growth over compliance and safety. The issues around competition and building control were picked up, and the statutory guidance needs to be reviewed and clarified and made more user-friendly. Professionals have come in for criticism. The professional bodies didn't necessarily do everything that they could to ensure that people are properly competent, and many of the professionals who worked on Grenfell simply did not do what they should have done. And again, you can see that very clearly in the detail of the report. There was an over-reliance on building control and a feeling that, well, you know, if we've got it wrong, building control will sort it out. Well, that's just ridiculous. Building control cannot know the details of a project to that extent. And our new system is very clear in placing accountability with designers and contractors. And I'll say more about that in a minute. And there was a lack of systems thinking and capability. Procurement and construction is criticised. Design and build particularly criticised. Adversarial contractual systems, and here we are in a centre for alternative dispute resolution. Perhaps it's time that we looked to be less adversarial in our procurement, and the misuse of what is sometimes called value engineering, which I sometimes think would be better described as vandal engineering, and perhaps shouldn't use the word engineering at all because it's not. But it led to, you know, inappropriate product substitution, the ACM for the zinc, for example, and a woeful lack of installation supervision on site. Construction products, well, we've gone through that. Persistent dishonesty, lack of understanding with industry of what they were dealing with, and a lack of oversight and accreditation. Fire safety, well, there were multiple failings. There was a lack of understanding of the importance of compartmentation. The compartmentation failed through a combination of the fire doors and the extract systems from the apartment kitchens. And there was simply inadequate ongoing maintenance and management of those things. And we'll see the antidote to that in a few minutes. So the government response, key issues underpinning the system failures. Dame Judith Hackett was very clear: ignorance and misunderstanding of the regulations and guidance, an indifference to quality and safety and a focus on speed and cost, lack of clarity about responsibilities, and inadequate regulatory oversight. So we now have the Building Safety Act, which is a very significant reform of the system in England and Wales, and a lot of supporting regulations, including the building regulations that were amended in 2023 and have brought in a wide-ranging set of competence requirements in particular, but also new processes for new work. So there's a lot of new legislation, particularly around the building regs, and for those, I say this for those back home, there is no substitute for getting these regulations and reading them. Reading guidance about regulations is not the same as understanding the regulations to which you're expected to work. And when those regulations place duties on you, which would you rather read, the regulations or somebody's piece of guidance about them? I know what I'd rather read. So we have building control as a regulated profession. You cannot be a building inspector in England now, or indeed in Wales, without being on the register that is run by the new building safety regulator. And building control is not an advisor, it is a regulator. So the idea that, well, building control have been, they've had a look, they've signed a certificate, therefore our building is compliant, nonsense. Building control have been, they couldn't find any flaws, however significant they might be, and therefore they've had to issue a certificate. A lack of evidence that your building is non-compliant is not evidence that your building is compliant. And nowadays, building inspectors, they're not allowed to give advice. If you don't know how to meet the regs, then go and find somebody who does and get them to do the job. And the regulator will want the designers and the contractors to provide evidence that what they've designed and what they've built is compliant. And if you can't provide that evidence, you won't get the certificates, you won't get the approval to build. And Part 5 of the Act gives government new powers over construction products, powers that have already been used to prohibit the sale of certain products on the market. And there is also provision for construction products to be required to be safe, and we're doing more work on that. A statutory list of safety critical construction products, and this is in addition to the existing regime. And the Act introduces new liabilities on material producers for defective products, liabilities that can last for 30 years. So it's quite serious stuff. And there's detail in the Act about that for those who want to look at it. We have a new regulator for construction products, the Office of Product Safety and Standards. And the report, we now have the government response in which they have set out significant further reforms that they will introduce, particularly around construction products, where they've issued a consultation paper. We have another month in which to respond to this, setting out some far-reaching changes to the way that products are regulated in the UK that will give the new product regulator significant new powers. The construction products sector has responded by developing a code for construction product information, which I can best describe as an 11-point plan for product manufacturers to demonstrate that their product information is accurate, is based on the truth, and that they have the evidence to support everything they claim about their product. I know it sounds basic, but when you've seen the evidence we've looked at from Arconic and Kingspan and Celotex, you can see why we need a code. And government is supportive, and their consultation paper suggests that they want to see greater uptake. So the new building control regime, and I'm going to have to go quickly through this because time is short. So we have new building regulations, which is where this is all set out, and there are two ways of dealing with work. Straightforward projects can proceed through a building notice, where you inform the local authority that you're going to do some work, you tell them what you're going to do, and you get on with it. If they want to investigate further, then they can. The alternative is to apply for approval through the local building authority. And for building notices, you have to provide a certain amount of information, and with applications you have to provide all of the information on the previous slide and then all of this. And I'm not going to go through it in detail, but I hope you can see there's a significant amount of detail required, and more on this slide. And what's already becoming clear is that a number of people have not understood that this is a new regime and it's more rigorous and this information is required, and if they don't provide it, they're not going to get an approval. And far too many in the industry are saying, oh, we need more guidance about how to do this. Well, the guidance is go and read the regulations. And unfortunately, we're not seeing that. So you may not want to go and read these for what you're doing in Malaysia, but my advice would be, if you want to understand what the requirements are on a project, it's good to understand the legal basis. If you understand the legal basis, you may also be less at risk of ending up with a dispute. Determination of applications, there is a clear process whereby the authority reviews the application, and if they can find reason why they don't think that the work would comply, they don't approve it. If they can't find any reason, they do approve it. But they need all of the information, and they may give conditional approval. So they may say, yes, you can proceed subject to certain things being provided. And there are further provisions that allow the authority to notify applicants and for signing off on the applications. We also have a category of buildings called higher risk buildings. These are those that are 18 metres high or at least 7 stories. That stops people building 7-storey buildings that are 17.9 metres high. It has been done a number of times to avoid the 18-metre threshold prior to this new system. These are called higher risk buildings, and they are residential buildings, and in construction, a care home or a hospital that meets the height threshold. In operation, it's just the residential buildings, and there's a whole new regime for them. Now, I will have to go very quickly through the gateways, but at planning, at design, and at completion, there is a hard gateway. You can't start to build the building until you've got through Gateway 2, and you can't occupy the building until you've got through Gateway 3. And Gateway 2 will require all of the information we've seen above, plus a competence declaration, a construction control plan, a change control plan, a statement about how the design complies with building regs. And where the applicant is proposing partial occupation, how is that going to be managed so that it can be done safely? And clients have to sign up to this. They can't say, oh, nothing to do with me, it was the designer. And design decisions must take account of fire and structural safety, and there's a whole 2 pages of the regulations that sets out the full set of information required. You can't start without approval, and this has now been up and running for a little over 18 months. Unfortunately, some people still haven't got to grips with it. One application apparently was submitted to the regulator with the statement, we don't know why we have to submit a compliance statement, it complies. To which I believe the regulator wrote back and asked them to provide the evidence on which they based that claim. A quarter of all applications that have gone to the regulator in the last 18 months have been returned because they've not been valid applications, they've been incomplete. Gateway 3 is the completion process, where duty holders will have to provide the updated versions of what they provided at Gateway 2, so the change control plan with the changes that have been made and what was done to approve those changes as they were being made. It's a hard stop. You can't occupy the building without a completion certificate, and you will need all of these documents updated. You may have a sense of déjà vu looking at that slide because you should already have done it at Gateway 2. And the contractor and the designer have to sign off that what they have designed and what they've built is compliant. There's information required about the building, the golden thread, and I will probably be a minute over on this if you'll bear with me. The golden thread is very simply the information that allows the manager of the building to demonstrate that their building is safe to occupy and to live in. It's giving the right people the right information at the right time to keep that building safe. And that information needs to be updated from day to day, from week to week. It's a process of information management. It's not a software solution, as I was saying to some of the delegates over coffee. And it needs to be developed at the design stage, maintained and developed in construction, and then kept up to date in occupation. And it's about, it should inform what you're doing, it should demonstrate that you meet the various conditions, and it should record any changes that are made. Right, I am into the very last few slides. There is guidance, I won't dwell on it. There is also a requirement for high-risk buildings to submit a safety case report. The very simple answer is, this is why our building is safe to occupy, and this is why we should be allowed to continue to occupy it. Thank you very much for listening. Sorry to go over by 30 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Davies, for the insightful and forward-looking keynote. We will now take a 15-minute morning break. But before that, I would like to remind, be sure to download the conference agenda via the QR code available in the registration area, and feel free to approach our event crew in red lanyard for any assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, light refreshments are available in the free function room just outside this hall. We encourage everyone to take this opportunity to network and recharge. We will reconvene here promptly in 50 minutes for the next session. Thank you, everyone. participant at the back, if you don't mind, can you come forward in front? In 1 minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have a refreshing break and some valuable conversation over coffee. We now resume the conference with session 1, which will be moderated by Adjunct Professor IR Dr. Muhammad Arkam Bin Che Munaaim. I would like to invite Professor IR Dr. Muhammad Arkam.
Hello, hi, good morning everyone. Hi, good morning. Thanks for that introduction, Mr. MC. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll start on our sharing session, on the first session for this conference this year from CABE Malaysia section. And a very warm welcome. Up next, we are privileged to hear from an esteemed expert in the field of sustainable development within the built environment. Please join me welcoming Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE UK, as his sharings on the insight on sustainability in UK environment. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Right, all I need now are some slides. Ah, brilliant, thank you. So, this is... there we go. So, this is going to be a slightly different approach to the previous session. Not quite as many slides, for one thing. It is a time of unprecedented change, certainly in the UK construction sector, and I think probably elsewhere. We've got all the building safety stuff that I've talked about before the break, but we've also got a push for greater digitalisation, and we're going to hear more about that later. We've got an encouragement to do more modular building, off-site fabrication, factory-based assembly, and government is also keen to use more timber in building, but not in taller buildings. We have a very aggressive target under the UK Climate Change Act to reach net zero by 2050, and that is driving changes in a number of areas, but in relation to buildings, and I'll decode that. Part L is the energy efficiency part of the building regs. Part F is the ventilation part. Part O is a new part on overheating, which was introduced a couple of years ago after probably a decade of work on the problems of overheating buildings in the UK. I know we complain about overheating, and I appreciate that it's a little warmer out here, but we still have this problem. And Part S deals with vehicle charging. And that in itself throws up some interesting challenges, because Part S says we have to put charging points in various places, and sometimes insurance companies and fire brigades aren't quite so keen on having the charging points where you have to put them. We've had recent consultations on what are called the Future Homes Standard and the Future Building Standard, which are going to set more aggressive energy efficiency targets for new homes and new buildings. We have a new voluntary net zero carbon building standard in the UK, which I'll say a little bit more about towards the end. And this has all got to be addressed alongside building safety reform. So if we thought we were short of anything to do, we just need to have a little look at this list. So first of all, digitalisation. Now, I don't think I'm going to steal any of the later speaker, Edwin's presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing in the UK. So we have had the UK BIM framework for some 10 or 15, well, 15 years now. The BIM mandate first came in back in 2010. And that led to the development of a package of standards, initially British standards, but they're now international standards, and they're going through their first cycle of review on how to digitalise information management. And we have a UK body called NEMA, which is a voluntary industry collaboration and works closely with the British Standards Institution on the framework. And the framework is publicly accessible. If you go and look for UK BIM framework in your favourite search engine, it will pop up. Digitalization also underpins the golden thread, which I touched on before the break. The expectation, indeed the legal requirement, is that the golden thread will be kept digitally for higher risk buildings. And the reality is that many commercial asset managers who are not running higher risk buildings are expecting their supply chain to provide digital information so that they can have a golden thread for their assets, even though it's not a legal requirement. So that's proving quite interesting. And as part of that, sustainability information is being incorporated into these digital models. And the sustainability thread becomes even stronger when we look at digital product passports. Now, these are going to be required under the construction products regulation that was introduced last November by the European Union. This is a revision of the old construction products regulation. And you might say to me, but you've left the EU, what's that got to do with you? Well, I would say it's probably got quite a lot to do with us. And the reason is that about 70% of the products that we use in the UK are also used in Europe. So they have to be CE marked because that's a requirement of the European market. And under the new regulation, they're going to have digital product passports. Now, what's that got to do with sustainability, you might ask? The driving regulation for the digital product passports is the eco-design and sustainable product regulations in Europe, which cover all product families, not just construction. So, and digital product passports are going to be required across the piece, not just for construction. And one of the primary reasons is to have more information about products so that original design decisions can be better informed by sustainability information, that sustainability information is available when the products are being installed, and at the end of life you've got access to sustainability information so that products that can be reused are more likely to be reused. Products that can be recycled subject to certain things, well, that's more likely to happen. So there's a lot of sustainability information being built in to the passports. And the way this works in Europe is that construction products are regulated at an EU level, and national construction codes regulate building at a national level. Now that means the products will all have to comply with this new regime. And you know, that is just beginning to emerge. There's an awful lot of work being done in Europe at the moment to develop the standards for digital product passports, again, for all products, not just for construction. And I suspect that that will have implications for the wider world, particularly those looking to import construction products into Europe and the UK. And there are some details here. All products have to, the EU identifies the essential characteristics, and these cover structural safety, fire safety, emissions from products, acoustic performance, sustainable performance. All of those things are covered. And the passports will need to provide general product information, information about how the product is used, and any important functional or safety requirements, as well as key environmental requirements. So this is going to be a big challenge for us in developing better information about the sustainability of products in Europe. And this, of course, is going alongside any information we want about the safety of products. And I would argue if a product's not safe, it's actually not sustainable anyway, because you're going to have to replace it with something else. And this is the timeline. The EU is looking to have digital product passports in some areas up and running by 2028. And I will stress that the bottom bit, after the conversation I had with Edwin earlier, this is intended to be based on open standards, not software manufacturers' proprietary systems, to be machine readable and interoperable, and to be structured, searchable and transferable. So quite a lot happening there to improve accessibility to sustainability information. Wider product information. Again, talked about this earlier and the recommendations, and the inquiry was very clear that we need to have better information about products, and so we have the Office of Product Safety and Standards. And because of another piece of work I'm doing, which is not for CABE, but Richard and the CABE team are aware, we're looking at providing guidance to manufacturers on what constitutes reasonable skill and care when they develop a product, for them to put it on the market and say, we have done everything reasonable to demonstrate that this is a safe product when used in these ways. And we're providing guidance. Now, yes, we're concerned about structural safety and fire safety, but we've also got concerns about greenwashing. Does the term greenwashing ring a bell here? I thought it might. And there's a big campaign on in the UK at the moment for people to sign up to an anti-greenwashing campaign. And my slightly awkward response is, why would I sign up to an anti-greenwashing campaign? Well, you don't believe in greenwashing, do you? No, I don't. Actually, what I do believe in is telling the truth. And I don't care whether it's about sustainability or the structural performance or the fire safety. I want product manufacturers to tell the truth about all of them. So never mind the greenwashing, we are going to see a lot more work from the Office of Product Safety and Standards on product manufacturers to make sure they're providing accurate information. I put this in because there is an interesting section in the Act. It's section 24, which I won't give you the legal terminology, I'll tell it to you straight. It's a criminal offence to use misleading information to gain a certificate. Doesn't matter what sort of certificate it is. If it's to get building control to sign off by providing them with something that's not accurate, that's an offence now. So that's going to have an impact on sustainability claims as well. And the review, Testing for a Safer Future, demonstrated some of the weaknesses in the current system. And I suggest that some of those weaknesses may not be unique to the UK. And those who are involved in product testing and certification may be interested to know a little bit more about that review. And I'm happy to provide further information on request. This is the Anti-Greenwash Charter. Well, great. I don't disagree with it, but it's only half the job. And I'm not a great believer in half jobs. In the UK, we now have something called the Building Safety Charter, which is encouraging manufacturers, contractors, designers to sign up to committing to delivering safe buildings. And part of that obviously includes providing good information about safety and sustainability. I mentioned the Code for Construction Product Information. Again, accurate sustainability information is a key component of that. And the Construction Products Reform Green Paper. This is government asking all sorts of questions about the new regime. It is a consultation paper, so they will get a lot of industry response, and I know from conversations at home they're going to get a lot of industry response, and some of it may not be entirely what they were expecting, but that's life. They will then have to go away and decide what they want to do with it, and we will then get formal proposals. So this one's got a little way to go. Climate Change Act. Now, this was passed in 2007, and at the time it committed us to an 80% cut in carbon emissions. That's now been hardened up to 100% on 1990 levels by 2050, which is pretty aggressive. And we have a system of carbon budgeting. We're currently on the 6th carbon budget, and just a couple of months ago, the Committee for Climate Change in the UK gave its recommendations for the 7th carbon budget, which will mean a lot more heat pumps and a lot more electric vehicles. Now, I don't have a problem with more heat pumps, but heat pumps don't work the way that our traditional heating systems work. And installers need different skills and knowledge and competence. Designers need different competence. And consumers need to know how these things are meant to work. Because you can't walk into a cold house that's heated by a heat pump and press a button on the wall and the boiler comes on and in 10 minutes' time you're feeling a bit warmer. Heat pumps don't work like that. So there's a lot to be done to both prepare the market and prepare consumers. And funnily enough, there's a lot of pushback against heat pumps at the moment. And a lot of it is down to people not understanding the technology, not down to the technology not working. But if we get too many of them put in and not working as expected, it's going to create resistance, and that's going to be a challenge. The proposals for the carbon budget also assume that we will have a further tightening of standards under the Future Homes Standard and the Future Building Standard. Now, these are part of the Building Regs 2010. Now, it says 2010, that's when the last complete revision was done. There have been about 24 sets of amendments to the building regs since 2010, and that includes recent changes, as I mentioned earlier, to Part L, Conservation of Fuel and Power, energy efficiency in 2 words instead of 5, and overheating. And we're anticipating further changes to these as a result of the Future Homes and the Future Building Standard. Worth noting that the overheating requirement only applies to residential, not to commercial buildings. And then to finish off, I want to say a little bit about the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard. This originated back, I think it actually originated a bit before May 2022, but in May 2022 a cross-industry steering group was set up with representatives from across the built environment, and also, it has to be said, from the property sector and from the finance sector. And the finance sector has been a big driver of this, because financiers want to invest in net zero carbon buildings. But if you want to spend a few million or a few tens of millions of pounds on an asset, and you want that asset to be net zero carbon, how do you know it's net zero carbon? Where is that defined? And certainly for the UK only, and this is a UK standard, but it could be adapted, the net zero carbon building standard was established to provide that definition and that clarity to the finance industry, so that when they want to invest in net zero, they know what is net zero and what isn't, and possibly what is net zero and what is greenwash. This group was got together, and for a while I was on the governance board myself, and we set out to provide clear, consistent definitions to drive market transformation through the industry. We want it to be easy to understand and use, and there is a dilemma. Do you want clear, consistent definitions, or do you want it to be easy to understand and use? There is a bit of a tension between the two, and we're looking to provide a technologically agnostic standard, so we're not saying a net zero carbon building must have a heat pump. We are clear that you're going to struggle to make it net zero if if you burn gas, but that's another story. And we're looking at asset level requirements, as well as taking account of the broader system-wide changes. It's informed by climate science and data. It covers operational and embodied carbon. It's encouraging people to be energy efficient and not just to use net zero carbon energy inefficiently. It prioritises reuse of existing buildings and assets. It does take a whole life carbon approach, and we are looking to encourage renewable energy generation and not just rely on a decarbonised grid. The standard covers all of those building types, and it's not intended to cover infrastructure, and it is currently for the UK. Now, that doesn't mean that a lot of the work that's been done could be taken up elsewhere and adapted, and I'm sure that those who are running the standard would be open to have that conversation if anybody was interested. Finally, how did we come to our targets and limits? Well, we started off by looking at what the overall carbon budget for the UK looks like, going out to 2050, and then we looked at what can reasonably be done across the different building types in terms of operational energy performance levels, in terms of embodied carbon, and if we've got a budget of this much carbon for the built environment to 2050, what constraints does that set for individual building types? And so we've looked at from the top down, from the bottom up, and we now have a pilot running which demonstrates the targets and limits that we're proposing. I believe there are over 200 buildings going through the pilot, which will complete later this year, and we'll then have a much clearer picture of what further refining is needed to the standard. So if anybody's interested, UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard in your favourite search engine will get you to their website and all the information that has been published. The pilot, as I say, launched earlier this year, and there's a lot of work now going on those pilot projects. And the other piece of work that's being done is to develop a verification programme so that, again, we're not taking it on trust that a building is net zero carbon. We've actually got somebody going and checking the calculations. Is it a reasonable claim? Have they actually met the standard? And there's, as I say, work going on that now. And with that, I think I might be 5 minutes early, but as we slightly overran on the coffee break, I don't expect to get any complaints for finishing a few minutes early, and it'll give somebody else a chance to come and talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Davies. Okay. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is the session that delves into the critical role of professionals in shaping our built environment. And today we are honored to have the Malaysia Board of Technologies Registrar with us, Dr. Azlan Bin Ali. Thank you for joining us today. And he shares the insight on professional in the built environment. And please join me in giving a warm round of applause to him.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. Dignitaries, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly a pleasure to be here in front of all of you today, gathering professional and I think like-minded individuals I think the topic I will be discussing today is professional in built environment, constructive collaboration. I think it could not be more relevant in this era. As we navigate this journey, this theme constructive collaboration should not be more than a slogan. It's also a call for action. All right. First of all, let me take your time a little bit for me to introduce my organization. Maybe some of you have heard about Malaysia Board of Technologies. This is our 10th year anniversary. We have established by the government, by the law, back in 2015. So currently, we have members, more than 100,000 members who are with us. There are two categories. We are the only professional body that register individual we are the only professional body that recognize individual who are without degree can become a professional, I would say. All right. We recognize 24 technology fields, as you can see here: electrical, electronic, information and communication technology, IT, biotechnology, manufacturing, building construction, and so on. So for your information, out of that 100,000 members that I mentioned just now, more than 70% of our members are actually belong in the top 5 technology fields that are building construction. Building construction is number 1 in MBOT, our registrants. Secondly is manufacturing, those who work in the manufacturing field, kilang factory and so on. Number 3 is manufacturing, building, manufacturing, IT, oil and gas, and the other one is electrical and electronic. Electrical and electronic, if I'm not mistaken, number 2 or number 3 in MBOT. So that's the scenario. I think the statistic actually shows the landscape of Malaysian industry, which many of talents out there are in the construction, infrastructure development, electrical, electronic, oil and gas, IT. All right. So maybe the difference, it is important for me to set this, the difference between Malaysia Board of Technology and other professional body. Actually, for other professionals, they recognize individuals who are discipline-based. Discipline-based meaning that if you want to become a professional, you must have basic degree, first degree in that particular discipline. For example, if you want to become professional engineer in electrical, so you must have a bachelor degree in engineering. On the other hand, in MBOT, we recognize individuals who are multidiscipline. We have members, for instance, he has a degree in mechanical engineering, but he practiced in cybersecurity. So they can become a professional in MBOT in cybersecurity, meaning that we recognize their profession, their practice for them to become professional. Compared to other professions, they can't become professional. That guy, for instance, he can't become a professional engineer even he has like a bachelor degree in mechanical. So this 24 technology field is actually a beyond discipline-based recognition. It is important for us to recognize this profession, these talents who are multidiscipline, because demand of the future where boundaries between disciplinary are become increasingly blurred. All right. So next, I would like to share with you this my STIE framework. It stands for Malaysian Science, Technology, Innovation and Economy, which developed by Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So they have identified these 10 technology enablers in order for us as a country to achieve these socio-economic goals such as quality education, quality food security, quality accessible healthcare. So this is the framework where we provide a strategic direction for countries' development by leveraging these emerging technologies and aligning them with socio-economic goal that I mentioned just now. And eventually, of course, it will enhance the productivity of the industry as well as national competitiveness. Consider, for instance, how 4D or 5D printing and advanced intelligence systems are enabling rapid prototyping, including in your industry. These innovations demand that we move beyond technology, traditional and discipline-based silos in order for us to foster robust collaboration between technology developers, regulators, urban planners, and industry players. We can build not only a smarter cities, but also by using this technology, it will be more resilient, equitable, and livable environment. Ladies and gentlemen, MBOT is actually a professional body that we always promote the importance of talent development in the country. So I want to share today about the landscape of high-skilled talent in the country. Currently, we have only 28% of talents in the country who are skilled country. So majority of our talents in the country are actually semi-skilled, 59%. All right. So in order for us to become a developed nation, we have to turn this into majority. We should have majority of our talents should be in the high skill. All right. So I give you some example. Let's say if one individual, he has a degree or master's, but he or she is working as a Grab driver, right? They are considered as a low skill. But even if one individual, he has only SPM, but he owns a restaurant, he is considered a high skill. Okay, that is the definition given by the Department of Statistics. So it is important for us to have more. We have to increase more high-skilled talent in the country. According to the statistic in terms of when we calculate together in MBOT, basically we have to create at least 2 million more high-skilled talent in the country in order for us to become a developed nation. Otherwise, if we fail to do that, in our opinion, that is one of the top reasons why we are like stuck forever as a middle-income country. All right, now let's move into this SDG. It is very important for us to align constructive collaboration with this SDG, because one of the SDG goal number 17, partnership for the goals. It is in line with our theme today. It emphasizes the power of partnership as a catalyst for sustainable progress. So it is beyond our individual or organization effort. Instead, for us to form inclusive, more cross-sector alliance that bring together government, industry, learned society, institutions like CABE, MBOT, civil society. In the context of the built environment, this means breaking down barriers between education and employment, regulation and innovation, and between national goals and global standards. All right, ladies and gentlemen, registering with MBOT is voluntary. We are professional body. It's up to you whether you want to register with us or not. So we keep telling the value, the importance of become a professional. It is a peer reviewed by peer reviewed to assure that you are professional, you are governed by professional body like MBOT. But we have to be very careful when we want to impose any new policies or new regulation to the industry, because as you can see here, overly burdensome regulation and enforcement will disrupt the industry. It is very important. That's why this is one of the main reasons why MBOT we don't enforce. Okay, because we believe in community of practice. Okay, let the community, let the industry to set the standard. That's why in MBOT we have our own standard for individual technologists and technicians to practice according to their field. So if we are like government agencies or public policy, we are too much regulate in term to the industry, it will affect them. It will affect business. It will hinder innovation. It will stifle growth and so on. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most powerful ways that we believe in MBOT to nurture lasting collaboration across the sectors is the formation of community of practice. MBOT to us is actually a community of practice where individual technology professional, technology practitioner, researchers, whether they are academic, students, learners, learner societies, they are together with MBOT, and at the same time they will have a program activities where learning become collaborative, leadership become more distributed in MBOT. So as the outcome of this, they will come up with based on the activity that they have. So it will promote learning among them. All right, more networking opportunity, and of course create continuity in knowledge, culture, and innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, maybe if you remember during COVID time, someone coined the term "kita jaga kita." Kita jaga kita means we have each other's back. Betul tak? Right? So, in the industry, in MBOT also we believe that. We believe in, we are among practitioners, we must be together and at the same time network with know each other, respect each other jurisdiction and so on, and eventually set a certain standard to be accepted by the industry, by all of you, not other people like not other people to say, okay, you have to do this, you have to do that, because it is important. All policies, regulation, standards must become from the practitioners themselves. Okay, another pressing challenge here today is current issues of global trade wars. So I think unpredictable tariff sanctions, so it will affect the cost of materials, supply chain disruptions, and shifting global trade. So it is important for all of us today to collaborate of all sectors, technologists, technicians, developers, architects, engineers, policymakers must work together to mitigate the risk. I was in one event a few days ago on rare earth, REE, rare earth, on the rare earth. So a number of practitioners in the room, so they discuss about the potential, the benefit, the risk, the importance of collaboration. Suddenly, out of sudden, one lady stood up. She is actually a psychologist. So psychologists also want to play part in this important, any industry to play their role, how to navigate this current challenge in the industry. it means collaboration. It is not only specific for one or two profession in one industry. It must be inclusive, whether it is like just now, psychologists, it's also involved other profession from the public policy perspective, from regulators, from researchers, scientists, and so on. So this will support other things such as, I think, in my opinion, local sourcing and procurement can foster innovation and sustainability at the local level. At MBOT, ladies and gentlemen, we are committed to close the gap. We have been working with universities, regulators, government, learned society, and industry. These are the example of institutions that we work, and of course, equally important are international partners. So this collaboration does not happen by accident. It has to be intentionally cultivated. We need a strong and sustained bridge. Each of these has a unique role to play, all of us, universities, regulators, students, future technologies, future engineers. So each of us has a unique role to play, and it is at our intersection that transformation happen. Okay. Looking forward, the built environment face both challenges and opportunities. The push for sustainability, adoption of smart system, and the need for resilient infrastructure require not just new technologies, but new ways of working and thinking. As a voluntary body, our approach is not to act like a regulatory, another police in the industry. Instead, we are committed to foster collaboration and empowering professionals in the environment, in the built environment. Before I end, I would like to express my gratitude to CABE for inviting MBOT to speak in this conference. I would like to say this to my fellow professionals: if you want to walk fast, walk alone. If you want to walk far, walk together. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive meeting of minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzi, for that talk. We are so happy to have you today from Malaysia Board of Engineers. Malaysia Board of Technologies. Sorry. Just for information that for the last 7 months or 6 months, we have worked with MBOT through CABE UK in recognizing mutually both professionals registered in both organizations. So for instance, for example, all Malaysian technologies, professional technologies, TS, from the built environment, from the BC, building construction, can be bridged through this mutual recognition to become a chartered member of CABE UK and also the Chartered Building Engineer UK, and likewise from the members from the Chartered Building Engineer UK and can also apply as a professional technologist from MBOT Malaysia. So this is a huge step actually to recognize both members in both organizations, and that will be more interesting for our collaborations based on this theme this year on this constructive collaboration. Is very intact with whatever that we have discussed today. Thank you, MBOT, again for that, and this is very huge impact for our society in the built environment altogether from Malaysia and also from the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moved to our third session, which focus on the timely and transformative topic, driving ESG impact and elevating product excellence in the Malaysian construction industry. It's our privilege to welcome Engineer Technologist Dr. Haji Muhammad Khairuddin bin Ghani, Senior Manager at CABE Malaysia, who will be be sharing valuable insights on how sustainability and innovation are shaping the future of the industry. Please join me to welcome Dr. Hywel Davies on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arkam. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to be here to talk and share with you during the CABE what we call conference today. So this is a good platform with the students. I would say that many students and the familiar faces here, right? So and also the online participants that join with us today, right? So this my presentation would like to see on this the Malaysian construction industry that's towards the environmental, social and governance. So what are the impacts of the ESG? We can see the ESG in Malaysia is still new, especially for the construction industry, right? So before that, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Khairuddin from Construction Research Institute of Malaysia. In short, we call it CREAM. So CREAM is a subsidiary of Construction Industry Development Board, which is CIDB is one of the supporting organizers for this event today as well, right? So in fact, I do agree with Dr. Fauzi just now. MBOT has become more wide spectrum in terms of covering all the construction industry as well. So this is more a very interesting board of technology that covers in Malaysia, right? Okay, when we look about the overall pictures of the construction industry, the reference point that we should look into that is actually the national construction policy that the government have set up way back, I think last 2 years, right? So this is called it National Construction Policy, NCP. This was developed together with the industry of the captain of the industry, the construction industry players, for all the researchers, and also the what we call it all the society as large, right? So this is basically the blueprint of the construction industry to drive, to navigate the construction industry towards the more sustainable practices, more what we call it friendly in terms of competition, in terms of productivity. In terms of, there are many pillars embedded in the national construction policies. So I would say that one of the main pillars that looks into that is actually the construction sustainable practices, right? So I believe most of you are aware about this national construction policy. Is it? For those who students, have you read about this national construction policy? Yes or no? Or you're not aware about this? Yeah. Okay. This is an important reference that we need, as a student especially, we need to have this kind of reference so that you know what are going on in the construction industry, right? So in sustainable construction, actually in Malaysia, globally we are now focusing on the environmental that could impact the environmental and maximizes the societal and also economic benefits, right? So this is a global trend. Now people looking into the urbanization, with the latest government to take we call it URA, right? Urban Regeneration Act, that looks into the how to redevelop of the urban right now. So this is some of the challenges, the issues that we need to tackle one by one, right? So this is sustainable practices come forward to help the countries. As we know, we have more than 120,000 contractors in Malaysia, registered contractors in Malaysia under the CIDB. So we just imagine how in Malaysia, in Japan only have around 20,000 registered contractors as compared to Malaysia. We have more than 100,000 from the small contractors, middle contractors, and also big contractors. So this is challenging for the Malaysia towards the practicing this more sustainable. I would say that we look into this area because there are a lot of works need to be done by the CIDB, by the industry captors to educate, to make the what we call it, the Malaysia is actually the change of management. We want to change the attitude, the mindset of local contractors toward these sustainable practices. So this is another challenge for industry. All right. So we can see that 37% of the global energy-related CO2 emission is come from the building and construction. So we can see there are a lot of high percentage that contribute from the building and construction, right? So in terms of building consume approximately around 34% of world's energy. So this is some of the alarming issues that we need to tackle, right? Especially for the construction industry in Malaysia. So we need to see that this is some of the good points to ponder for us to how we can work together to become more sustainable practices in construction, right? So in the Malaysia context, right? So without compromising, now people are looking about the sustainable construction is no longer choice but necessary, right? So this is important for us. So we need to educate, especially for the small contractors. We have a big chunk of the small contractors rather than big contractors. The small contractor, we have around 60,000 small contractors in Malaysia. So the rest is a middle and also the big contractors. So we need to tackle in terms of education, in terms of awareness to them, in terms of a lot of things in the sustainable construction, right? So when we go back to the milestone in sustainable construction in Malaysia is overall. So actually we become aware from the development of green building standards. We have a lot of standards in Malaysia. In fact, the Construction Industry Development Board also have, they call it Construction Industry Standard. But in the standard, looking into the environmental, in terms of sustainable practices, that what Davies presented in UK perspective is quite bit different to Malaysia. So we still have a lot of room of improvement to become more sustainable practices in Malaysia. So we need to emulate to see how the UK have been developed the standard for environmental practices, especially for the construction industry, right? So, but however, we have started something that could towards the environmental practices, like we have developed the rating tool, right? Green rating tool. For example, the MyCREST, a Malaysian carbon reduction environmental rating tool, for example, right? And another one is actually on the sustainable infrastructure rating tool that looks into the infrastructure project, right? So we have many more rating tools that look into the quality aspect, in terms of safety aspect, as what from Davies just now presented about the safety regulation. And also Malaysia also put forward for the safety. And in fact, one of the areas that looks by the CADB actually in terms of safety regulation as well. So, but we have a different department that looks into safety, actually a Department of Occupational Safety and Health under different ministry. So this is some of the initiatives that have been taken by the construction industry, right? So we look into the energy integration. Right now, the people looking into the energy initiative that looks into net zero carbon, right? Carbon emission, you know. So there's a lot of happening now in Malaysia. So advanced technology, we can now people talking about the digitalization in the construction industry, the AI generative ideas, everything and whatnot. So now people become more, in Malaysia we have tried to adopt and adapt the what technology advancement happening in worldwide, right? So, but I would say that in Malaysia we are still at the what we call it walking step as what not like developed country as have done, right? So because one of the research study that we have done so far, we have looked into the digitalization, how the adoption of the digitalization among the construction industry practitioners. So from the findings, we found that what we call it the overall, whether the consultancy practices, whether the contractor especially, is still at the moderate level. So we still have to educate them to provide with the support, especially towards the digitalization and also the adoption of technology among themselves. So these are some of the challenges that we need to face right now. In terms of IBS and modularization, we have been promoting IBS, Industrial Liability System, I think way back 20 years ago, to promote this. And now the government is looking forward to promote, they call it Building Information Modeling, right? So BIM is one of the new agenda for the government towards the BIM. All right, so now the CIDB is planning to set up each center for every state in Malaysia. So sooner or later there will be one satellite office, satellite training center for building information modeling for every state in Malaysia. So we have 14 states, so that means we have 14 state officers and what we call it training center for the BIM. So this is again another challenges for the construction industry especially, right? So how we want to educate them to make sure they are more convenienced with the adoption of the BIM in their practices. Because people in construction industry, especially for the small contractor, they are more familiar, more convenient with the traditional way of doing the construction, right? So now we want to change them to the BIM adoption. So how we can see how the level of acceptance among themselves, right? So this is some of the happening now in the construction industry, right? So we move forward. So this is some of the stepping stone for CREAM and also the industry to leapfrog for the construction sustainable practices by having this kind of memorandum of understanding between the CREAM and also YTL. YTL is a big, what we call it, a cement producer in the country, in fact, in the world as well. So we have made some of the landmark collaboration among the government and also industry towards the one of the area that we look into this actually on the sustainable construction, right? So the MOU was signed way back in April 2023, and now being extended for another a year to be completed, right? So there are many initiatives under the MOU, and one of the areas that looks into that actually sustainable construction, which is I'm myself as a co-chair for this sustainable construction work stream, right? So there are three objective. There are three areas that looks into the sustainable practices, right? One, actually human resource development. So this come for talent, everything, skilled workers that MBOT just presented, right? How to uplift the skilled workers in the Malaysia, right? Looks into the human resource development. So how big the government try to adopt this ESG and also the environmental sustainable construction in Malaysia. And the second one, we do the research and development. We look into the advanced technology, advanced material that we can impart to the sustainable practices, right? And the work stream number 3 actually looking into the sustainable construction. So there are three work streams together that looks into their different focus, right? But for the construction industry, it's not belong to the CREAM and YTI, but for the national agenda. So at the end of the day, the outcome of this research actually will share to the industry as well as a whole to make a practice, to implement it, to see how it can be used for the construction industry, right? So under the sustainable construction key areas, there are a few programs that we are currently doing right now, right? So the first one actually the sustainable construction roadmap. So we will have the construction roadmap together with the industry, right? So right now the CIDB has completed the framework in ESG for the construction industry. So under the ESG framework, there will be many things that we need to be done for construction industry. For example, for the assessment, for certification, what we call it, how to make a training to the construction contractors, especially in terms of how to use the ESG, adopt ESG, rather than, because the ESG reporting actually for the public listed companies only, big companies, but not for the small contractors. But now CIDB is looking forward to come out with the small contractor and a middle contractor to have some kind of knowledge and also their practice in ESG in their companies, right? So the second one, in looking into the guideline for sustainable construction. So the role of CREAM and also CIDB actually to look into development of any guidelines, any construction industry standard that related to construction. So one of them actually to look into the sustainable construction. All right. The third one actually looking into the demolition waste, construction and demolition waste. We are in Malaysia still have plenty of place. So the illegal dumping is quite common habit happening in Malaysia right now. For your information. So because we have plenty of places to dumping, illegally dumping. So not like Singapore, we went to Singapore to make some best practices there, but Singapore quite a strict regulation in terms of construction and demolition waste, but not happen in Malaysia. We still are struggling to educate the contractors, especially to make sure that the construction waste being properly managed when from the construction site. So this again another issues and challenging for us to tackle this. So in view of that, so we need to update some of the information, especially for the guidelines that we have. The CIDB have developed in 2008, quite a long time ago. So we need to update and energize that guidelines to be to be a standard, to uplift to uplift these guidelines to be a standard, so that these more mandated guidelines reference book, what we call it, what we call standard for the industry to be used. So not rather the guidelines is just guide reference for the industry, but the standard is have some of what we call it points for industry to adopt, right? So the fourth one actually looking into sustainable breeding products certification. So this is a pipeline actually. So the breeding product certification have been completed recently, and now in the process of publicly what we call it promote to the public accessible for the industry, right? Okay, this is we call it sustainable certification products certification, right? We call it in short sustainable mark, a new certification product that looks into the environmental what we call it environmental awareness in terms of certification. So this is a voluntary program. It's not mandatory as of now. So we are still open for any can be joined together to be to get the certification mark from this certification, right? So environmental impact improvement, that is according to MS ISO 14021. Right, so we are basically based on the location and specific product, as you can see from the slide. So actually, based on the location, if let's say you have 14 products, for example, but one factory is just we count as a one product, but different factory, different places and the location. So we count based on according to the location and also the factory, right? So this is the website, the what we call it certification website is now already for the public access. Now we are calling for many more manufacturers, for the contractors to be on board with us, so that your product can become more what we call recognized by the industry, right? Okay, we go to the certification. Currently, the product certification right now, we have facing our situation today, and now we are phase 1 of the product certification. We want to make sure more certification product certification for the industry, like what the MDOT want to be not is enforcement, but also to promote the what we call it green certification product, more available in Malaysia. So this is some of the way that we provide the voluntary program for the industry, right? So our aim actually to make sure that all the construction industry more aware, more educate with the environmental, social and governance criteria, so that by hoping that after this green certification, there will be more ready in terms of global market, I would say, right? So all products are assessed using the same set qualification criteria, right? So the next phase actually to look into the more broader spectrum for the this green product to be certified, right? Okay. So this is some of the information that about the SB Mark, Sustainability Mark certification, right? So this is a product certification program, right? This is not looking only just for the environmental, but looks into the social and governance. That's it come to the play, right? So normally there, in terms of certification, they ignore about the social and governance. But now for this voluntary program, we look into the social and governance as well, right? So this certification product is according with the international ISO, right? Okay, how does SB Mark benefit the manufacturer at large? So in terms of product recognition, in terms of marketing, all right? So you can market your product, your green product, available in our website, the official website, in terms of competitive advantage, and also the cost of this application quite low, right? Just a few hundred per product. Not 1,000 Malaysian ringgit for per application, just a few hundred ringgit only, right? So this is more affordable. I would say that the cheapest what we call a certification product, green product available in Malaysia as for now. So this is another opportunity for industry, for the construction industry, for especially for the manufacturer, right? Okay. Right, so this is our planning for the sustainable construction, right from the November 2023 until now. So we have completed a few project SB Mark certification program. In fact, in the pipeline right now, we are developing the guidelines for embodied carbon in the construction. So this is another pertinent points that looks into the embodied carbon, because we don't have such kind of guidelines right now for the embodied carbon in the construction. So we are more referring to the international for overseas we don't have any guidelines for the embodied carbon. This is timely towards the ESG and also the climate change, everything. So we have to come out with our own guidelines for embodied carbon, right? So these are some of the challenges that we are facing now. The cost implication to reduce that, we have offered the industry with the lowest cost of the application, for example. So with a lot of benefit they will get from our programs. So in terms of market acceptance, yes, there is another issues in terms of change mindset, change management, in terms of for the industry to accept the what we call the transformation that the government is looking for, right? In terms of skill gap, yes, we are really dependent into the what we call it foreign workers right now. We are still struggling to get more skilled workers to be a more developed country. Other than that, if we cannot achieve that, we are still at the middle country for forever, right? So we have to address this skill gap, especially for the construction industry, right? Because after the COVID, what we call COVID a few years ago, so there is a big trend, big gaps of the youth, the student is no more interesting to join in the construction industry. So they more prefer for the what we call it circular economy, for example, what we call it the Grab driver, you know, the freelancer, you know, TikTokers, influencer, for instance, rather than looking for the construction industry. This is some of the problem that we are facing now, because CIDB have many institutions for youth academy for the construction industry, but in terms of intakes, it now become more issues. We have been promoting for all over the countries to attract more youth school level to join on board with us. But nevertheless, this is some of the very shocking news. School levels, especially from the SPM school levels, the result just out yesterday, right? So we can see that the trend now, the people, this is some of the CABE conference come into picture to make more interesting in terms of buildings and also construction project managers. How I think maybe many factors that drive this to hinder from themselves to join from the construction industry. And from our study, I think the findings of number one actually in terms of salary, right? So we have to come up with a good salary and very attractive salary for the in the construction industry. So I think this is some of the construction digital technology and what we have happening now. So in fact, in October 29 to 30th October, we are going to what we call it organize the second digital construction summit in Kuala Lumpur. So I think it is the best platform to share in terms of what happening is in terms of artificial intelligence in the construction industry, right? So call for action, we are looks into this, right? So everybody has to play their roles to make sure that our industry become more sustainable practices from now until thereafter, right? So thank you very much for your attention. So I hope that this platform can be a good discussion for us and also a productive session by today, right? Thank you very much.
From CABE Malaysia for that speech on sustainability and also introducing CABE as a CABE subsidiary on research and development. Thank you, Dr. Din. And then we pass over to the MC for the next session.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Muhammad Akram. So next session, we will have a sponsor session. So I would like to call Mega Jati Academy to the stage.
This okay, first of all, thank CABE for inviting us for this session, and I can see a lot of my friends, familiar faces, especially from Singapore. Thank you for coming, joining us, and we have also from local universities as well as students and also the lecturers and other sponsors, endorsers. Thank you so much for all speakers. Especially Embod and also CREAM this morning, and also from CABE UK. Thanks for attending and make your time for attend this conference in Malaysia, constructive collaboration CABE Malaysia conference this year. So I will be giving about maybe 10 minutes regarding the overall progression that we have made through after maybe 5 or 6 years of working in this talent development in Malaysia. I'm Arkam, and we are from Mega Jati Academy. Especially, we look into a progression and also certification process or progress for construction personnel. In Malaysia, we have CIDB, the Construction Industry Development Board, as the regulatory agency to oversee the overall implementation of construction, starting from the registration of contractors, registration of construction personnel, and also the products and materials as registered in our Act. So it's been 5 years we are working on this, starting from as a CIDB training provider. So we run over about 6 to 9 CIDB programs from level 4, 5, and 6 under the construction skill CSQF qualification framework, CIDB Malaysia. So the Construction Industry Development Board, CIDB, they has their own qualification framework named CSQF. It's a parallel, even not is actually what we call that independent. It's as an independent framework rather than our own regulated MQF, Malaysian Qualification Framework, but they have been established through the industrial and also some part of it been contributed by our skill development, Department of Skill Development, which is our JPK, Jabatan Pembangunan Kemahiran, to run about 3 to 6 programs related to construction industry. So since 2019, we have worked in delivering the content, and all these modules been prepared by CIDB, and we as a training provider we provide the training for our construction personnel. And along that way, we managed to create one ecosystem for ourselves regarding the construction personnel. If they come from any background, either from the engineering degree, engineering diploma, or non-MQA program, or MQA program, or non-engineering program, but MQA program, and also we have TVET construction in Malaysia as well, certification from SKM, Sijil Kemahiran Malaysia, Malaysian Skill Certification from level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here in Malaysia. And even no formal education, we have also worked to having a space for everyone to progress in the construction industry. Within 1 to 3 years, they're supposed to, whatever background that they have, they're supposed to have access to get the first certificate either from CIDB Malaysia through CSQF just now, or they can also progress into the we cannot see this one, into the professional program from the local public university, which is University Malaysia Perlis. We have diploma in non-MQA, professional diploma in construction supervision, professional diploma in facility management, and professional diploma in can I use this? Hello? Testing. I need to move there, I think. Huh? Hello, test. Test. Oh, good, thank you. This is more convenient to me. It's been tight over there. So we have this. Whatever education that we have, then we enter the construction industry or facility management industry from 1 to 3 years. They're supposed to get the first certificate from either from CIDB Malaysia. We have level 4 construction site supervisor, construction traffic management officer, or construction facility manager, management executive. And at the same time, they also can progress into UNIMED non-MQA program, which is professional program, UNIMED professional diploma, professional bachelor, and also professional master. And here also we mark into another framework, which is European qualification framework through OTHM qualification in the UK at level 5. The same similar parallel program reached to the UK certification agencies or certification awarding body. So from UNIMED diploma, we can go merge into bachelor. After you finish the diploma, professional bachelor. At the same time, we have level 5 from CIDB Malaysia and level 6 from OTHM qualification in the UK as a parallel dual qualification, and we can up to UNIMED professional master non-MQA program with CCPM level 6 CIDB Malaysia construction skill qualification framework, and also OTHM qualification UK level 7 over there. So from here, we have mapped through. And there's a lot of we have about 400 alumni from this program. This program, about 400 alumni. And this program, more than 2,000 alumni. This program. And we have about 600 to 700 programs from these alumni together. And if we reach to this point, at level 7, for example, we can dive back into our APEL micro credential or APEL program and merge into our universities program at level 7, 8, DBA or MBA later. At the same time, when we understand that they're also a CABE member, MCABE in the UK, there's also coming through experience pathway, academic pathway, and also equivalent pathway. So they become chartered engineer or chartered member of the CABE UK through either of these 3 routes that are available in our system. So we try to map everything that we could to have, an opportunity for everybody to reach to whatever qualification level that they are interested in. And in that matter, all this program in also having in our website, you can scan over there, you can reach to our website, and as well to reach to this copy also available in our website too. our interest is actually to work into or together with this collaboration incentive to work with all industry players as well as the qualification body or qualification agency, especially MBOT too in Malaysia or CABE in the UK, to work and to have everybody an access to the quality education, quality certification, so they can work everywhere in the world, basically, as a mobility and also internationalization program for them, for everybody to work in the built environment industry. So I think that's only from me. I don't want to take much time from this section, but thank again for CABE and also all VIPs coming for this session and all participants, either physical or online. Thank you so much and have a great conference then. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful sharing. So for next we have a panel discussion session, but we will wait a few minutes for our team to move the chair in front. Attention audience, we like to remind everyone that at back there we have 2 microphones. So we would like students especially to ask any question that you may have to our expert. And for today we have a lot of people here. We have expert, we have professional, we have doctors, respected people for today. So I encourage all of students to come and engage with this session. And may I know from which university that we have right now? University Malaya. Which from University Malaya? Can I see any hands? From your ITM Shah Alam, if I'm not mistaken. Any hands? And the rest is from? The rest of it, only 2 universities, is it? All right. All of the speakers from session 1 to come to the stage, and we will have a panel discussion. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. MC, for that introduction. Welcome again, everyone, for our the first panelist session. In the morning session, we have 3 gentlemen with us. We have Dr. Hywel Davies from CABE as a technical director. We have also Dr. Khairuddin from CREAM, senior manager, and also Dr. Fauzi, MBOT registrar. These are 3 important gentlemen that allocate their time with us this morning and do their own sharing session. I believe their content or delivered message through this conference been captured by us. Maybe we can start with the closest to me, Dr. Fauzi first. Regarding, you have mentioned about the professional development just now in the built environment
members or industrial players. So in terms of collaboration, you also touch about how the MBOT can bring this, the group into another next level recognition. And one of it is actually when we work with CABE and MBOT regarding this mutual recognition. I think David is also aware about it, where it now, we name it as a bridging from Malaysian MBOT TS to UK Chartered Building Engineer or Chartered Member. So how can you, as an MBOT perspective, why we have this kind of mutual recognitions, even though we are in the split regions, split practices, and how it can benefit in both organization members? Please, Dr. Fauzi.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arkam. So, as a professional body that govern professional members, it is important for us basically to add value to our members' professionalism. And of course, one of the perspective that we want to give to them is in terms of internationalization, meaning that if you want to get, if they get recognition from MBOT, so we want them to get recognized by other professional body or institutions. It is a mutually recognition, and from the MBOT perspective as well, it is important for us to get such recognition, for us to know that our framework is actually robust, comprehensive, and equally systematic, equally good with other framework. And maybe I want to share about this. There are we have faced one or two critics to MBOT when we have such mutual recognition, because according to them, it is because now we are facing a brain drain. When we have this mutual recognition, meaning that our talents are easily can be tapped by other countries. But our response is, it is important for us to have this recognition, because what happened, we don't have any international recognition. At the same time, our neighboring countries, our competitors, they have this international standard, and at the same time, we don't have that. So that is the challenge. But for professional perspective, I think it is important for us to have this. What happened, we don't have this, it will affect our quality of graduates, for instance, we don't have that, we always said, substantial in terms of competency and attribute of our professional.
Dr. Fauzi, how we can relate it with this constructive collaboration then bringing up people or talent development into the next level, mutually agreed. Maybe Dr. Davies can add on that. Thanks.
I would like to think that MBOT working with CABE gives the members of both organisations access to a greater range of knowledge and information and a wider pool of fellow professionals. We learn from one another. We learn by meeting together with others, and the mutual recognition and collaboration gives us access to a wider range of knowledge and skills. So I think it is mutually beneficial to have mutual recognition.
Yes, this is supposed to be to see from that perspective, Dr. Davies and Dr. Fauzi, because of course, critics will be there everywhere. But I think we have our focus on looking to the overall, built environment members and for benefits for them.
And it's important that I've spent a lot of time talking about what can go wrong. We've heard about the SB mark, where we're looking to make sure that what people claim about the sustainability of their products is truthful. We do face challenges to professional and ethical behaviour. And so it's important that professional bodies and CIDB make a firm stand for ethical professional behaviour.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Davies, from that. So maybe Dr. Khairuddin, we have talked about the ESG becoming our strategic priority just now. You mentioned about SB just now?
SB mark.
SB mark, yeah, SB mark to evaluate the sustainability performance of materials as well as the maybe performance of the contractors and whatnot. In that sense, on ESG, ESG and DSG become common topics nowadays regarding how we can bringing up the sustainability into our practices rather than it become a policy written in everywhere, but we don't emphasize or we don't put into regulatory as a voluntary at the moment. For example, how we can enhance this part. This, I mean, either we work just on the policy makers, we write the policies, we establish the policy, but when it comes to implementation, we have some restriction to do that. So maybe you can have a point on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arkam. Actually, ESG now, what the government is focusing now actually is on the public listed companies looking for the ESG. But sooner or later, the construction industry has foresee that this will become more mandatory to be going global, right? For the international global competitive. Right, so for the construction industry, so in order to make sure that our contractors, our local contractor is ready, so now we will have to see that step by step for ESG first. So by having this kind of awareness, some kind of SB mark, for example, as a one step to give some of the certification, right, so that they comply, they can voluntarily comply for the requirement for the green material, for example. So these are some of the, not only for the waiting for the policy or mandate from the government, but our side, from the CIDB and also from the research perspective, we have to be ready in terms of developing the training, for example, to provide the training for the local contractors. So what the next step after this? So we will try to engage with the local contractors, especially for the small and middle contractors, with the guidelines, proper guidelines for the ESG, right? So that they know how the template for the contractors to fill up for ESG. So because in Malaysia we need to have some kind of example. For them to follow through, so that we can produce a template for ESG reporting, for example, so that the contractors is easily to follow step by step a process of getting the what we call ESG reporting, for example. So this is some of the basic awareness for the contractor for coming years in order to get the ESG is being mandated after this, right?
Thank you, Dr. Jen. Talking about that, the SG, now when we have to produce the policy, for example, now policy is there and the implementation will follow through. But before we go for regulatory, I mean enforcement, I think the most important part, maybe we can learn from the UK perspective on how it can be embedded through the self-regulations. I mean the people, the awareness that we contribute rather than being forced introduction, you've been voluntary because you're aware about it. So how does the maybe UK starting these things off before, and maybe sharing from your perspective, Dr. Hywel?
Certainly there's been a growth in ESG activities in Europe probably for the last 20 years. And some of it has actually been regulated. The European Union has required it. Some of it has really been driven ultimately by those who invest in the built environment. And if they say they want things, then it tends not to be very voluntary. And ultimately the industry has to follow the money. So it is worth looking at, who wants to see greater ESG, and it may well be that those who are putting the money into projects want to see greater ESG credentials, so they will then want those who are building, they will be lending money to people who are taking ESG seriously. So I'm not sure it's an entirely voluntary thing. I think it does need to respond to the market. And it's important that it's done in a way that is realistic. If you have 100,000 contracting entities in Malaysia, we have a similar problem. We have many small businesses working in construction. It's easy to do things with the big contractors that employ thousands. It's more difficult with the smaller ones, and it's important to get out there and talk to them, to work with the ones who want to come quickly and be early adopters, and work with them to find out what will work for your industry. And once you've begun to build up that knowledge, it will be easier to persuade the others.
You just touched about how the investors, invest in the project, and they have the awareness to demand something like ESG or implementation, things like that. So we can say that the owner of the project have a very huge, position to bring this as an actual reality rather than on the paper, right? So the owners by themselves need to have the awareness for each of the projects.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if ESG brings genuine value, it should be valuable to owners. If it's not bringing value, dare I ask, why are we doing it? And if it's not bringing value, we're probably not doing it the right way.
Yeah.
So if it's valuable, owners should want it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Davies. I think after this question, I will ask for any of our audience to raise a question for all or any of these panelists. Dr. Din, back to Dr. Din. Regarding just now, we have hundred thousands of contractors, and we have also small contractors, you mentioned by Davies just now. And we can compare on their level of working in terms of the quality as well as the awareness regarding all these policies being backed by the government. So in order for us to go deep into their implementation and their working habits, and need to go back to self-awareness that we say just now, and also self-regulated. They understand it, and how we can play a perspective. How we can play a role on this matter from the CIDB perspective, and what we can expect in the next future.
Okay, for the government, especially through the CIDB, actually they are working hard for to elevate the small contractors and middle contractors towards the more competitive in terms of digitalization, in terms of construction sustainable practices. So we have been doing for a lot of programs, through the training, for the seminars, for the what we call engagement, roadshow, everything. So as for now, the contractors now become more aware about this agenda, the national agenda. But still, we have a lot of rooms to be improved further, especially in terms of their what we call it, their acceptance of the term coined ESG, for example. Because in Malaysia, we are quite sensitive in terms of new terms that come into our construction. ESG, digitalization, right? For example, AI. So this is some of the government try to make now one by one and what we call it introduction, the introductory level of kind of innovation to the industry players. So by some form of methods, whether through whatever things that, whether the seminars, conferences, especially the training, one-to-one training, what they call it clinic, clinic contractors, so that we can coach them to be more friendly, more in terms of what we call it convenient zone for them to follow through all this adoption and implementation.
Thank you, Dr. Din. Is there any question from the floor, please? Is there any question from the floor? Oh, straight from. Oh, we use technology to raise question now. Huh? Okay, okay.
All right, we have one question from Payam Shafiqah to Dr. Ghani. The question is, I would like to ask Dr. Ghani, please define sustainability with more detail in point of view of CREAM. For instance, in the case of specific product like construction material, what type of material will be considered as sustainable, or how a contractor you can contribute in sustainable practices in Malaysia?
Okay, thank you for the participant question. Right. Actually, the sustainable construction practice right now we are following the international definition, what we call the sustainable development goals that define the what we call sustainable practices that encompasses three main components, right? Environmental, social, and governance. But right now, in terms of products, the construction product, the green product, I'm not highlighted that there are 15 construction product that are available for application for the SB marks that looks into the timber, what we call it, concrete, everything. So wall, tiling, everything, aluminium. So a lot of things that you can follow through all this certification green marks for that matter. So actually, there are a lot of, in fact, we are open for any application, any products that available that can be a green product, for example. So this is not exhaustive enough. So it's open for what we call it for demand in the industry, right? And then for the construction industry, for the contractor, for that matter. So actually, there's a lot of program available for the contractor indirectly in terms of environmental and also social and governance, but not in the what we call it integrated program. For example, they have a program, a lot of rating tools, program for SCORE. For example, SCORE stand for what we call a contractor rating tools. Contractors performance rating tool for the Malaysia. So inside that SCORE, there are a lot of components, requirement inside of the, looking for the environmental compliances in terms of safety, in terms of quality, in terms of what we call productivity, in terms of financial capability, technical capacity, everything. So there's a lot of what we call it program that available for the contractor to suit with the environmental agenda for the government actually. So just indirectly program, but now the ESG comes to help us in terms of what we call it in package towards the what I call it program for package of ESG. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I concurred that because actually there's a lot of programs related to ESG, DSG as well. This kind of new approach in the digitalization in construction and whatnot. But this is some, this is supposed to be the individual interest to gain more information about it. They don't want to work into this what we call traditional business. They need to improve themselves in terms of the knowledge and also the practices that may be more efficient rather than the traditional approach. So back to Dr. Fauzi now. When we talk about development just now, career, also not career, I mean the professional development as a professional body, the M board basically. When we have this collaboration with CABE, mutual recognition, we have mentioned about the some critics coming on, and I think rather after that, the progression from Malaysian TS to the CABE application is raising. That was I've been told, because people from Malaysian technologies, professional technologists want to become the chartered engineer in the UK, and synergizing it or embedded it into our ESG or DSG discussion just now on how our professional technologists can take advantage from M board basically, or even the technologies sectors just now, how we can bring it into the next collaboration from this constructive collaboration.
Thank you, Doctor. In my opinion, it is from the perspective of a professional body in and adoption. For instance, we talk about ESG just now. So it has to be both. First, from the perspective top down. Top down meaning that from the policy perspective. So policies come from government agencies, CIDB, regulators. So they have to consider the perspective of the perspective of practitioners before they come out with any policies related to ESG, for example. And at the same time, bottom up. Bottom up meaning that from the perspective of our individual members, from the perspective of MBOD itself, we want to promote the best practice, the professionalism, the competency, and of course it is a peer-reviewed thing. So meaning that we can promote from the from perspective of bottom up as well, to make sure any initiative or any good practice in the industry are consider both top down and bottom up.
Thank you, Dr. Fauzi. In that, I think one more, just last question for Dr. Hywel regarding this. You mentioned about net zero carbon building standards in your presentation today. We have also, Dr. Din, if not mistaken, we have also net zero building in Malaysia. How, from the experience, practice in the UK, what is the challenges that you have gone through regarding net zero carbon building standards establishment? We don't have that standard here yet, but we have the net zero sort of like policy. It's not a standard at the moment. So maybe we can follow through the step that we can take from the UK experience. Dr.
Well, I think the biggest challenges were getting agreement on how you do the measurement. So how do you measure operational carbon in a consistent way? And I was interested to hear your comments on embodied carbon, because you also need to think about embodied carbon. And the technical working groups probably spent 18 months resolving those questions. And some of the answers we've come up with will work wherever. Embodied carbon is a little bit more complicated because it depends on geography. Where is stuff coming from? But I'd like to think there are some things we learned from that would be a help to others trying to do this. And the big test now in the pilot is how well the system works for real in a real building. It's one thing agreeing a standard in a meeting room, it's another thing applying it on a few real buildings. And that's the road test it's undergoing now. And I'm sure we'll have to make some adjustments, but actually sorting out a methodology on which there was consensus for operational and embodied carbon were probably the two big challenges.
Yeah, but that standard not be implemented in the UK already?
Well, it's being rolled out at a pilot level, and the plan is to launch it fully next year.
I see.
And that's certainly what the finance people want to see. They want a working standard that they can use.
There's also actually, work by the building control division or what?
No, this came about a number of the professional bodies, the structural engineers, the building services engineers, the architects, the chartered surveyors, as well as one or two other industry bodies. And as I say, the property and finance people were key. They all got together, and I'll be honest, there was a significant degree of frustration with the previous government that just didn't want to do it at a government level.
Okay.
And so industry said, okay, if government's not going to do it, we'll do it. And the advantage of that is we can come up with something robust that works for us. And it may now be that with a change of government, when we go to them and say, we've developed this, does government want to support it and encourage it?
I understand that.
So it's a bottom-up approach.
Yeah, correct. That's what it is. Thank you, Dr. Davies. Thank you, Dr. Dane, and also thank you, Dr. Fauzi, for the sharing session, answering all those questions from the floors as well as from this moderation session. I think, in short, that these approaches regarding constructive collaborations, ESG, DSG, net zero buildings, and all this sustainability needs to be a holistic approaches by everybody in the built environment, starting from the policymakers, and then goes back to the governmental agencies, goes to the enforcement agencies, goes to the individuals, goes to the companies, contractors, and also all these practitioners, maybe goes to educators, to the lecturers, teachers, academicians. Everybody need to have a holistic approach to work on this together, starting from education, and then raise up into the commercial and also implementation at the level, construction level. So I would like to thank again Dr. Davies, Dr. Dane, and also Dr. Fauzi for this sharing. And on behalf of the CABE Malaysia, we would like to thank and everybody too. We are going to have a short break for the lunch, and as well we come back after lunch break. Thank you so much again. Thanks.
Thank you so much for all speakers. Before that, we will have a session with our speaker. I would like to invite SR Isaac. So we have some token of appreciation for our speaker. First, I would like to call Dr. Hywel Davies. Next, we would like to call Dr. MD Fauzi. IRTS Dr. Haji Muhammad Khairuddin. And lastly, our skillful moderator, the young Professor IR Dr. We will now have a lunch break. The lunch break will be served at the lower ground floor. Everyone is invited to the lower ground floor for the last session. Please enjoy your meal and take this opportunity to network with fellow professionals and students from across the industry. We will be back here at 2:30 p.m. for the second session. Right, thank you so much, everyone. Good evening. Welcome back, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have a refreshing break and some valuable conversation just now. So next, I would like to remind all speakers that we do have a 5-minute and also time notification or the time sound, and please stay during that session. And also we have to remind also, if the time of the wrap up time sound, I suggest that all speakers may wrap it up your presentation as soon as possible. So we now continue with session 2, which will be moderated by Professor SRTS Dr. Azlan Bin Ali. Dr. Azlan.
Right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second session of this CABE conference with the theme of construction collaboration. So, I'm a Professor Azlan. I will be the moderator for this session. And for this second session, we are privileged to have 3 distinguished speakers who will be sharing their insight on I think 3 important topics or timely topics, which are the fire safety, artificial intelligence, and also oil and gas project management. And each and every speaker will have 20 to 25 minutes for their presentation, followed by Q&A session at the end of the session. So without further ado, let me introduce you the first speaker for this second session. So our first speaker for this second session is Engineer Ho Gyang Tae. And Engineer Tae is a highly experienced fire engineer with over 30 years of experience. He is heavily involved in various professional organizations, serving as the past international president and current trustee and board of directors member of the Institute of Fire Engineers. He has authored the Guide to Fire Protection in Malaysia and has spoken at multiple international fire conferences, such as in the UK, India, Australia, China, and many more. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Engineer Ho Gyang Tae.
Hello. Can you hear me? Thank you. Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank Isacc, Sunder, Rajan, and CABE Malaysia Chapter for the kind invitation. There has been a lot of incidents. Sorry. Thank you. There's been a lot of incidents around the globe as far as fire safety disasters, fire incidents, changes in fire safety legislation, lithium-ion batteries and EV fire risks, seismic impact, etc. that challenge the fire safety industry. Government agencies around the world are busy reviewing and introducing mitigation measures to cope with the fire risks. For my part, I would like to share with you my take after my involvement at the International Professional Institution and having an opportunity to studying and understanding some of the legislative structure of developed as well as developing countries. Due to the time constraint, I can only focus on UK and Malaysia in terms of legislation, code and standards, and enforcement protocol within the fire industry. Recent earthquake in Mandalay, Myanmar, which affected Bangkok, causing collapse of high-rise buildings. Risk assessment is not whether a country has experienced earthquake before, but is it located along the fault line, thousands of kilometers away from the epicenter. Risk and hazard are also not about whether buildings survive an earthquake, but is it still fit for occupancy? Luton Airport car park fire destroyed 1,000 over cars, causing a partial structural collapse. And the most recent fire in Korea underground car park caused by a Mercedes EV explosion, resulting in 70 over cars burned, and 21 residents admitted to the hospital for smoke inhalation. Now, Korea is drafting an ISO standard for car park safety document. UK, let's look at UK. United Kingdom consists of Great Britain, i.e. England, Scotland, Wales, plus Northern Ireland. Based on my understanding, each of these member countries has their own parliament and can enact their own laws, even though Wales may follow England parliamentary regulation on fire safety. For example, England published a new fire safety bill back in 2020. That's only for England and Wales. Northern Ireland has its own, the Fire Safety Regulations Northern Ireland 2010, while Scotland's fire safety regulations, the Fire Safety Scotland Regulation 206, is enacted about 2 decades ago. Publication of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 report resulted in British government's response by the Deputy Prime Minister and Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government in Parliament on 26th of February this year. Very recent. Quote, from Deputy PM, the fire at Grenfell Tower on 14 June 2017 that took 72 lives was a national tragedy. It was also a personal tragedy for those bereaved, the survivors who lost their homes, and the community of which they all were a part. On behalf of the government, the British state, and all those responsible, I'm deeply sorry that we failed in our fundamental duty to keep the residents of Grenfell Tower safe. Sir Martin Moore-Beck and his team have uncovered and faithfully recorded evidence of failure after failure, year after year. The government and regulators fail to protect people. The Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea and its tenant management organisation failed to listen to residents. The London Fire Brigade was unprepared for a fire like Grenfell. The companies that refurbished Grenfell Tower put profits ahead of safety. And worse, some concealed how flammable their cladding and insulation products were, despite knowing they would be used on people's homes. With this response, British government also accepted Grenfell Tower Inquiry Phase 2 reports, 58 recommendations, in principle to improve the fire safety of the construction industry and life safety of the community. It's too many, so I'll highlight some of the crucial ones regarding professions. Recommendation 2, the definition of a highly risked building for the purpose of the Building Safety Act will be reviewed urgently, as pointed out in Dr. Davies' talk this morning. Recommendation 3, fire safety related functions will move from the Home Office to Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. Recommendation 5, the Building Safety Regulator is undertaking a review of how statutory guidance currently offered in the form of approved documents might best be structured, updated and presented in order to provide accurate, up-to-date and coherent guidance to support designers in demonstrating compliance with the building regulations. Recommendation 8, we address calculating the likely rate of fire spread and the time required for evacuation, that is RSET. including the evacuation of those with physical or mental impairments, are matters for a qualified fire engineer in ongoing approved document review. Recommendation 15. The government recognizes the importance of fire engineers in ensuring life safety and will consider how to most effectively protect and regulate the profession. Recommendation 26. UK government will legislate to make it mandatory requirement for fire risk assessors to have the competency to perform this critical role independently verified by a UCAS accredited certified body. This slide reflects a cobweb of how Grenfell Tower disaster occurred and could have been avoided. The 3 years of court proceedings opens up a can of worms, and yet parties that are involved try to avoid their responsibilities by blaming each other. Hence, Grenfell Tower disaster inquiry findings reveal many shortcomings: gaps in the building regulation, no clear definition of fire engineering professionals, and no registration for fire engineers. Traditional fire safety product testing may no longer suitable compared to full-scale fire investigation tests. Criteria for competency of fire engineers and fire risk assessors not established and unclear. No requirement for legislative registration of participating fire professionals. No approval agency for fire safety system or products. Unclear enforcement procedure. Deregulation of fire industry and fire professionals with no mandatory training or CPD log. Some British standards on laboratory testing are outdated and needs to be reviewed and updated. Modern building materials with dynamic fires and smoke behavior which contribute to rapid ferocious fire propagation with toxic gases are still being used. No emphasis for fire escape route and fire doors which play a vital role during any major fire incident, not only for occupants, but more importantly for firefighters. With a major disaster, UK is going through a restructuring of fire safety legislation, reassessment of competency of fire engineers, fire risk assessors, re-evaluate construction material testing protocol, improve communication between government with community, inclusion of fire experts and specialists in fire safety committees. No doubt, UK will come out of the Grenfell Tower incident stronger. Okay, that's a summary of the report. Let's now look at Malaysia fire safety aspect. For visitors, foreign visitors, Malaysia is consisting of two parts. We have West Malaysia, which is a peninsula, while the East Malaysia is part of Borneo Island. Though Malaysia consists of two parts that is separated by the South China Sea, we have a federal government system assisted by state assemblies. Altogether, Malaysia has 16 states, of which 3 belongs to the federal territory. For Malaysia being a developing country, we adopted the Streets, Drainage and Building Act from UK and make it a law through Parliament. Malaysia further enacted Uniform Building Bylaw in 1984 with Amendment 2021 for the construction industry. Within UBBL, Chapter 7 and 8 covers bylaw for life safety, active and passive fire protection systems, evacuation route design, etc. As it is a bylaw, this is the legislative document for developers, building contractors, architects, engineers, manufacturers, installers, fire officers, town planners, as well as local councils. It's also adopted by all professional institutions, universities, trade associations, and any foreign companies that are involved in the construction industry locally. UBBL is a life safety code by asserting many mandatory legislative safety requirements in building design. For example, 2 fire escape staircases are mandatory for all commercial buildings, with a maximum separation of 60 meters between 2 staircases. Yet the egress route, including fire escape staircase, width shall accommodate full floor occupancy density, assuming one staircase is disabled during any fire incident. Malaysian bylaw is conceptual in fire safety strategy, life safety principles, with design aspect all listed in various Malaysian standards. For example, fire resistant testing of passive fire protection systems, performance of active fire protection systems, fire safety design code of practice, installation standards, fire protection system maintenance, specification of fire safety products, etc. Since we are a federal system, all legislative documents are applicable nationwide, different from USA and Australia, where each state can decide on their own code and standards. Malaysia also have Fire Services Act 1988, Act 341. This act, which is a level above regulation, enables Fire and Rescue Department to establish fire regulations under this act without having to go through Parliament approval. The fire certificate under fire regulation is issued to all occupied commercial buildings which comply with the building code and maintain all fire protection systems. Fire certificates are issued by fire authority when occupied buildings fulfill the criteria of fire regulations. Department of Standards under Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry has been responsible in developing Malaysian standards for the nation. For the past decades, Malaysia used to follow British standards in terms of fire safety design, laboratory testing, but slowly switched to European norm since it is a regional standard developed by EC countries. Malaysia's standard generally encompass the following documents: product testing standards, product specification standards, product installation standards, product design standards, product maintenance standards, as well as code of practice for fire safety in design, management and use of buildings. Malaysia also have our own national laboratory, CIRIM, a premier industry research and technology organization in Malaysia wholly owned by Ministry of Finance. CIRIM is equipped with various types of international accredited fire testing furnaces for fire-resistant tests. The latest test rigs include full-scale external cladding tests to BS 4814. With the fast development of ISO standards, International Organization for Standardization, Malaysia is now turning to ISO standard and are getting involved in ISO standard development. I am nominated by Department of Standards of Malaysia as ISO TC92 Fire Safety Committee members representing Malaysia. There are many new ISO fire safety standards that will reshape the global fire safety future. Under TC92, there are 4 subcommittees, and under each subcommittee, there are numerous working groups which are working at producing modern fire safety standards. Give you an example. Most current fire safety design are prescriptive-based, less those performance-based design, without consideration of fuel loads and fire size in different occupancy risk categories. ISO TC92 is developing a fire safety design standard with assigned fire size for appropriate and fit-for-purpose fire protection design. The research-based ISO standard in fire dynamic, smoke effluence and toxicity which will impact on life safety and environment are more practical and realistic for fire safety design. Malaysia's legislative structure. Ministry of Housing and Local Government is a government agency overseeing the entire construction industry. Fire and Rescue Service is a department under the ministry. The Federal Commissioner of Fire and Rescue Department Malaysia oversees the entire fire safety industry of Malaysia. He is assisted by 16 state directors in day-to-day operation. They have a division which oversees the vetting of all new building plans for building code compliance, including active and passive fire protection systems. However, authority will not be vetting of all fire protection system designs, since that is the prerogative of architects and professional engineers. Another division within the department will be responsible for enforcement of fire certificate of all completed and occupied buildings. Summons will be issued for non-compliance upon ad hoc inspection of the premises. Fire certificates are renewable annually. Non-compliance is subjected to summons, fines, and for serious matters of closure, a notice will be issued. For fire incidents, there's another division which conducts fire investigation with data feedback to the service to improve the fire safety industry. Fire and Rescue Department has fire officers qualified as lawyers in enforcing fire regulation, bringing building owners to court for fire safety offences. Then, Fire and Rescue Department also have a research and development division which approve all fire safety systems, fire protection products that are eligible for Malaysian construction industry. The R&D division also has their own test furnaces for testing non-bearing walls, fire doors, drywall partitions, etc. The department accepts test reports from accredited laboratory for application of system approval, which is renewed annually. Though there are many national, regional, and international standards for testing of fire protection systems and products, once Malaysia develops our own Malaysian standards, it will supersede all foreign standards as stipulated by our bylaw. Malaysian bylaw stated that only professional architects and professional engineers are allowed to design and submit building plans for new projects or renovation of existing projects. Since they are qualified professionals who are well versed with the bylaws and all code and standards and engaged as a consultant by the client, they will be responsible for all their fire safety designs. Fire Rescue Service will not be checking on their design but just for legislative compliance. For example, if bylaw requires sprinkler system protection for any building, it's up to the engineer to design the appropriate sprinkler hazard group. Fire safety strategy in Malaysia in terms of legislation is robust as compared with many countries. We are a developing country, and that gives us an opportunity to study models from developed countries and improvise on the best will. Perhaps we are lucky that we still retain legislative control, though we have initiated a deregulatory process more than 2 decades ago. Fire and Rescue Department will only issue the approval for Certificate of Fitness after both the CCC, Certificate of Compliance and Completion, are signed and issued by professional architects and engineers. Under the current practice, after project architect and engineer submitted their CCC form to Fire and Rescue Department, fire officers will conduct a site inspection against all fire safety designs on the as-built drawings and test the operation of firefighting systems, smoke control systems, pressurization systems, etc. They will only recommend for the issuance of CF if all things went well. On top of these robust systems, Malaysian commercial buildings are well protected with active fire protection systems. For example, automatic sprinkler system, pressurized hydrant system, fire detection and alarm system, wet riser system, hose-through system, clean agent suppression system, etc. Commercial buildings are also protected with passive fire protection systems, fire-rated drywall system, fire stopping system, fire doors, steel structure fire protection systems, etc. Hence, Malaysia is the only country that has not experienced a major fire disaster with fatalities compared to other countries in Asia. Last but not least, Malaysia has a world-class fire and rescue service of 30,000 officers and members nationwide. FRDM has 13,000 officers and permanent staff at 327 fire stations, as well as more than 2,000 auxiliary fire officers and more than 13,000 volunteer fire officers nationwide. Over the years, Fire and Rescue Service has land, sea and air units to cater for all types of fire incidents, rescue operations, natural disaster emergencies. For search and rescue in natural or collapsed building disaster, K9 units is essential, and the local authority will be adding 16 English Springer Spaniel and Labrador Retriever to their fleet. Their storm unit is part of a rapid deployment force with teams of 10 parachute brigades, specializing in night rescue, cave rescue, high mountain rescue. They are the commandos of the Malaysian Fire Rescue Department. Malaysia has many high altitude mountains. The highest peak in Southeast Asia, Mount Kinabalu, of 4,095 meters, first summited by British officer Hugh Lowe. It has been an international attraction for foreign visitors, so Fire Rescue Department helped to set up MOSA, High Mountain Search and Rescue Team with Sabah State Government, training the local porters and mountain guides as members of this unit. This lessens the impact on firefighters as they are not trained for high altitude environment with oxygen deficiency. Malaysia is one of the few global fire and rescue service in having their own helicopter for search and rescue, firefighting, and even for medical mercy flight for rural patients. They started with second-hand Russian MiG-70 helicopter, but has now expanded their fleet to include Augusta Westland, having a total of 9 helicopters. Fire and Rescue Department train fire officers as qualified fire pilots to operate their own helis. In summary, fire legislation is crucial in safeguarding life and properties. Understanding different countries' approach to fire safety helps us develop more effective regulations and strategies. Improving fire safety measures globally requires collaboration and adopting best practice from various countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Tay, for that insightful presentation. So those who have a question for Engineer Tay, you can hold that question until the end of the session until Q&A segment. We're going to have that end of the session. All right, so next we have Mr. Edwin Jesudas, is Executive Director for UBBIM. Right? So Mr. Edwin, basically, he has developed BEENA system, a custom construction management platform, along with other tailored digital solution for advanced operation monitoring in industrial plant. So Edwin Jesudas is passionate about integrating emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, building information modeling, and digital twin to bridge the gap between traditional construction practice and the future of intelligent, data-driven project management. So let us welcome Mr. Edwin Jesudas.
Very good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank CABE for giving me the opportunity, particularly CABE Malaysian Charter, led by Mr. Isacc. And I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Davies and the rest of the foreign delegates to the beautiful city of Kuala Lumpur. My name is Adj Prof. I represent UBIM Resources in Berhad. I'm the Executive Director of UBIM. I've spent the last few years deeply involved in digital transformations, particularly in the field of construction. What we've been doing is we've not just been adopting new tools, but we've also been developing custom solution that works on the job site. Today I would like to share 3 things with you. First, where we are now as an industry in terms of digital adoption. And the second one would be where AI is headed in our field. And the third one would be the need for a new role within the construction framework to bridge the gap between digital tools and site operations. Before diving in, allow me to give a little background of where we are from. UBIM has been in the construction sector for the past 20 years, specifically in the field of design and build. We have a strong portfolio in industrial and infrastructure projects. But over the past 5 years, we've been diversifying into other areas within the built environment, recognizing that the future of construction wasn't just about concrete and steels. It's also about data, about systems, and smart coordination. So that's when we started to expand into digital verticals, developing in-house solutions to improve our own efficiencies, and eventually supporting our clients with those same tools. We've since built custom digital platforms for project management, digital permit to work systems, and even facility operation management systems. Some of our key focus areas today includes aerial analytics, site security monitoring, as well as real-time safety alert systems. In short, UBIM today is more than just a contractor. We are a technology enabler. And that's what brings us to the topic that I'm most excited to share with you today. So now let's start by recognizing how far we've come in terms of digital transformation. And digital transformation is no longer just a concept. It's been happening for the past decade or so, and it's happening on the ground right now as we speak. We have tools like BIM, which is used on most medium to large scale projects today, drones and 360 images, which are giving us site visibility that we have never had before, and mobile apps that are streamlining data collection, as well as dashboards which are helping teams to track progress in real time. We also have digital twins starting to bridge the gaps between construction and operations, bringing design, build, and facilities into one ecosystem. These tools have opened up a new level of collaboration and clarity, laying a strong foundation for what comes next. And this is in line with our theme of this particular conference as well. Now, the next frontier of digitalization in construction will definitely touch on artificial intelligence, or some form of artificial intelligence at least. Now, let's talk about what's powering the next wave of artificial intelligence. Now, AI in construction is no longer a future concept. It's already here, and it's reshaping how we manage safety, reporting, planning, and coordination on site. And we've got your usual suspects. We've got generative AI. I believe that I can say with absolute certainty that the students here, you're all guilty of using ChatGPT, like it or not. I'm guilty too. Right. So first we have generated tools like ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Grok, and the likes of it. Okay, and these are tools that allows us to feed in information that we have, frame it in a way that we, the desired output that we want, and what generative AI does is that it fills in the gap. You know, it comes up with a polished report for you, comes up with a polished email, etc. All right, and this saves hours each week and improves communication clarity. And what we've also seen is that with generative AI, we've also been able to overcome some of the writing anxiety that people may face in the sector. For instance, site supervisors who may not be as fluent in English or in Bahasa Malaysia, or their writing may not be as good. With AI, we've been able to bridge that gap. You know, by using generative AI, we are able to translate informations as and when it's happening. So the next one would be on computer vision. So we've got tools like smartvid.io. This is a subsidiary of Oracle. So effectively what these sort of systems does is that it's able to not just take in text, but it's able to recognize what is happening through the lens of a camera. It's able to capture images, it's able to capture videos, and it's able to interpret what's actually happening on site. So to give you an example of how this sort of system works is, just imagine you have a 360 camera on site, okay? The camera will be able to detect any anomalies that are happening on site, all right? It's going to interpret it, and it's going to alert the necessary stakeholders on what's actually happening. So by having these sort of tools, it gives you data-driven safety inputs, data-driven safety signals to prompt the right people within the organization to take action, all right? And it also seamlessly integrates with your existing common data environment, BIM 360, Procore, and so on, right? The other one that we have, another key important element of AI is its ability, its fascinating ability to take in a huge amount of historic data, pass through a huge amount of historic data, and give you measurable insights, okay? And this is incredibly helpful when it comes to predictive planning. we've got tools like NPlan, Alice, just to name a few, where it's able to forecast problems as and when it happens based on historic data that has been fed to it for years, right? So just to give you an idea of how it works is, effectively, let's say if there's a lorry breakdown, the system will be able to recognize what sort of impact it may have on your schedule. It'll be able to correct the schedule and give you suggestions as to how to correct this, how to make sure that you're still in line, how to identify slippage and so on. Okay? By having systems like this, project stakeholders are able to make decisions proactively. They're able to simulate outcomes better, and ultimately this will affect your timeline. Right? Now, the next phase of AI is actually, I think some of you may have heard of AI agents being talked about. So the next phase of AI is actually agentic AI. And this is where AI doesn't just take in information, it doesn't just give you out a clean report. It's able to also execute tasks as and when it's happening. To give you an idea, going back to the scenario of the 360 camera, the camera would be able to detect an anomaly that is happening on site, okay? And it's able to decide whether or not those issues need to be escalated to any of the stakeholders, all right? And not only does it do that, it also drafts out a communication email and sends it out to the rest of the stakeholders. So effectively, this acts as a virtual agent, a virtual project manager that will ultimately, it wouldn't replace the project manager by any means, but it's going to help them to identify problems as and when it's happening. It's going to help them to collaborate better with site managers. Okay? Each of these advancements are not only there to increase efficiency, but more importantly, they allow teams to make better decisions, faster, with confidence backed by data. Now, despite the fact that we've got all this potential, we've got all these tools, we've got all these systems in place, we've got all these frameworks that are there, despite all these potentials, we still see that sites where most of the reports are still handwritten, where drones are flown, but no one looks at the data, nobody analyzes the data, where a particular project may have licenses to a suite of softwares, a suite of AI tools and so on, but there's no ownership. No one is really using them. Okay? And the reason is simple. Technology is advancing faster than our workforce is being trained. That's the problem. There's no ownership over what is happening on site. We buy a bundle of softwares without giving the right training to the necessary people. So most site teams, they are under pressure. A lot of site managers, project managers, they're under pressure to utilize these softwares, but they don't have the time. They have enough problems going on site. So they don't have the time to figure out a new dashboard. They don't have the confidence to trial a new predictive planning tool mid-project. Okay? And these digital tools without ownership, they become shelfware. That's the problem. So we've automated machines, we've digitized data, but what we haven't done is we haven't empowered people to bridge the gap. To address this problem at UBIM ourselves, as a design and build contractor, we face the same problem as well. So what we did is we came up with a role. We created a role called a CAIC. So a CAIC is short for a construction AI coordinator. So the key responsibilities of the CAIC is not to act as an IT specialist. He's not going to be the person that reboots your computers or renews your licenses. That's not the job of a CAIC. A CAIC is someone that is embedded within your site team. He understands the fundamentals of construction. He knows the urgencies of whatever is happening on site. And he is somebody who is able to analyze and give you a host of solutions that will be able to help you. Okay? So they are part of the site team, and their job is simple, but it's powerful. They make AI tools and digital tools usable and valuable to the whole team, right? So a CAIC would help integrate tools like open space, drone deploy, reconstruct, you name it. The list of tools goes on and on. Okay, and they will try to embed the use of all these tools into your daily routines, into your day-to-day activities. Okay, to make sure that it's being used the right ways. So they ensure that they help the safety officers get alerts, they assist planners in interpreting a delay in forecasts, and they prepare clean AI-assisted reports for management. In other words, the CAIC is the translator between machines, people, between data, and decisions. Now, where does the CAIC fit within the org chart of a typical construction project? Okay, so the CAIC reports to the project manager, but their collaboration spans the entire team. They work horizontally across the team, together with site managers, together with safety managers, QA/QC engineers, planners, BIM coordinators. So they work with all of them to harness input from everybody to try to understand what is going on, what problems each of these stakeholders are facing, and they come up with a solution for them, or rather they draft a solution for them. So think of them as the nerve center for all digital inputs flowing through your job site. They don't replace anyone, but they amplify everyone. And what's exciting is that this role opens up a whole new career path. You don't need to be a programmer, you don't need to be a coder, you just need to be curious and tech savvy and collaborative, right? So what we are in the midst of doing at UBIM is that we are developing our own module for CAIC to train people to be able to adopt this sort of strategic management, as this sort of thinking, to be able to identify problems as and when it comes. So how do we build this workforce? All right. So effectively right now, we're building an online self-paced course. It consists of 8 modules for future construction professionals. Everything from AI fundamentals to site data collection, digital reporting, safety, tech, change management, which is a crucial part of it all. And it's designed to be flexible for working professionals, for students, with all content delivered through a learning management system. So every learner ends the course with a capstone project by preparing a full digital implementation plan for a real or a simulated project. So this includes choosing the tools, planning the rollout, estimating training needs, budgeting, and identifying the right KPIs that are needed for that particular project. So they submit a written report and a video pitch, and this becomes their portfolio. Not just a certificate, but a demonstration of what they are able to do. Okay, with the role of a CIC, they would be able to identify what are the key metrics that is to be observed or is to be measured, and they are able to find the right tools for you. They are able to budget based on the needs of the company requirement as well. So what does this mean to the industry as a whole? Okay, so now if you're a contractor, imagine reducing your reporting time by 50%. Okay, if you're a project manager, imagine seeing delay risk before they become real. Okay, if you're a consultant or a developer, imagine receiving structured dashboards instead of Excel dumps, instead of document dumps, and instead of unstructured data. Okay, and if you're a young engineer, this role could be your ticket to the top. It could be a way for you to look forward how to embed AI digital solutions into your workforce. And this isn't about replacing roles. It's about redefining how we work together with technology. The CAIC makes it easier to get most of the tools, to get the most out of the tools that you're already paying for. It's a small role, but with a big ripple effect. So we're launching this program in phases. We're actively looking for partners, contractors, project owners, training bodies to help us refine, pilot, and scale. And if you're interested in being part of the discussion and supporting the curriculum or simply giving us feedback, please feel free to reach out to us. And this is a call not just to join a program, but to shape a new standard for digital construction. So with that, I would like to end my presentation for the day. I truly believe that the future of construction isn't just about better tools. It's about better roles as well. And roles that make the technology work for the people and not the other way around. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to collaborating with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin, for that thought and also your presentation just now. Okay, we move on to our third speaker this afternoon. Our third speaker, Mr. Abraham Clark, right? From is a consultant from Pro Consultancy. So, Mr. Abraham Clark graduated as a civil engineer in 1973, right? From Polytechnic Seoul, and also 1980 from Delft University as a civil engineer. He has more than 35 years experience, particularly in the oil and gas industry, in design, engineering, construction, and also project management. Right. Mr. Abraham also actively involved and participate in the design and also construction aspect in oil and gas, onshore pipeline and also offshore pipeline. And he also participated in the aspect of engineering, such as feasibility study, front and engineering design, conceptual and detail design, procurement, construction, pre-commissioning, operation, maintenance, and also repair work. So without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Abraham Clark for presentation.
My name is Abraham. I was introduced. Thank you very much. I like to talk about project management, and based on my oil and gas experience, and see how that applies also to the building industry. Now let's see. This is a bit of broader experience line. I started in 1980, and I got straight into the oil and gas as a design engineer, field engineer, and then got exposed to other roles like QA, QC. One of them was on the Twin Towers in KL. That is an onshore project. But others were for clients, major clients like Shell, Esso, Petronas, Total, and for contractors as well. Yeah. And this is around the world. So I would like to then further highlight things based on my oil and gas experience, which is mainly offshore. So I want to bring in oversight over and one of the fields in Malaysia where I've been participated in a number of projects, and then look at the detailed aspects that are concerned in the project, the detailed parts, as well as the phases that they're going through, the contract control, quality assurance, and safety aspects, and then as last the relevance. So let's start with the oil and gas field. That is the main thing there. And we have the platforms there, pipelines, central processing platforms, wellhead platforms, pipelines and risers. So there are a lot of parts in it that you are maybe not familiar with in the building industry. So let's see what they look like. Yeah. This is the field offshore Terengganu. You see on the red, that is the gas. The green is the oil. And one of the project was Isacc, one of the major gas transporters to the terminal. And above that is PM3. Both of those pipeline designs, I was involved as a lead engineer. Then you have others, Dulang, Angsi, and Seligi. All of them had smaller pipelines. I've also done part of that as a design engineer with consultants. what does a project offshore look like? Offshore, you try to recover the resources subsea, underground. It could be 1 or 2 kilometers down. So you need to drill a hole in the ground and then put some casing there and then bring the product to the surface. On the middle you see a large jacket, which is the bottom one is the base, which is underwater. Then the top is where all the facilities are. They are above water. Then you see others, smaller platforms. They are wellheads. They have no processing equipment, but the product goes straight into the main platform where the product gets separated in gas, oil and water. This is what it looks like, a large processing platform. All the equipment are on there, also accommodation is there, everything all in one go. So you have multiple disciplines that are involved in putting this together. The jacket is all underwater, which you only see the little bit on the top. This is a wellhead platform, which is smaller, has no accommodation, minimal processing platform equipment. Then the product from the wellhead gets then transported by a pipeline which rests on the seabed and then goes on a riser onto the main platform. Also, when you want to export from the large platform, the processing platform, to onshore, like Isacc, then it goes down from a riser back on in a pipeline all the way to shore. So on a project like this with such large equipment and multiple discipline, you need to have a proper project management team. So the project management team consists of a project manager and then engineering manager. You have the different engineering disciplines, contract engineer, planner, process engineer, etc. This is a quite large team that is normally set up by the client. Yeah. Then when you go into construction phase, you get a construction managers also involved, which will be on the site. The contract strategy is in general the traditional contract when I started off. So that means you complete the design, the conceptual design, detailed design, and then you go out for bid and get a price from the contractor. But lately, due to pressures to save time, they went to an EPC model based on a lot of American companies' experience. They pretend to save time, but in generally the time is then covered within the construction period. So the design time is basically the same. It's only different percentage. But this EPC contract is basically design and build contract known in the building industry. Then the project phases are the parts are the pipelines, the platforms, and the jackets and the top sides. Yeah. Then you start off with a feasibility study. It's generally done by the client, or he delegates it to a consultant. So before you start, you do the feasibility study to try to get a feel of it. Once you have that one approved, then you start with the project phases, yeah, which is conceptual design, detailed design, and then material procurement, etc. Yeah. Then for the jackets, you do the same thing. The jackets are quite large constructions, could be up to 100 meters in, when the water, depending on the water depth. So there's large pipes involved, so you need to do a proper design for that. Again, conceptual design, detailed design. Then after completion of the detailed design, you go for tender for the jacket fabrication. And then you do go for tender for the jackets. So first the tender document need to be prepared, then you go for tender, and then you do the jacket fabrication. After it's fabricated, you do the load out, transport to the site and install it. For the top side, you do the same thing. But that one is quite large, so there is a different process, quite often a different contractor involved. So the feasibility study, you go to all the aspects of design itself, whether it's feasible. So you need to do hydraulic analysis, you need to do a cost estimate. That one is a preliminary one, so to make sure that you got all your data correct. So there's a lot of, say, geotechnical data that is from the reservoir departments, which are normally done by the client or are, say, subcontracted to some of the specialists. Then after evaluation of that, those various options that you built into those feasibility study, then you only go to the scope of work for the conceptual and detailed design. The conceptual design has all the similar phases. The basic scope is already done, so the client gives them a design basis where all the different fluid requirements are there. So we can do the analysis, the process analysis, etc. Then in that initial conceptual design, the client will have a peer review once the design consultant has prepared their drawings, initial drawings, and their analysis. Peer review will provide experience based on what the client has done before and will give valuable input. Yeah? So you have also the hazard, which is identifying the risks that are involved in the project. Then this is not done so much in the building industry, but offshore you have a huge risk. If anything goes wrong, the whole platform will be lost or lives will be lost. Yeah? So then there is also a HAZOP which considers not only the risk but the operational risks. So then we have lessons learned, which is also each something that is not a practice in the building industry. So lessons, things that have gone wrong in previous projects are then written down and passed on to the next project. Within a company, that's quite essential. You don't want to make the mistakes twice, yeah? So peer review. Peer review uses all the client's own experienced managers and operations managers, and they will review the documents and will add the value to it. The design reports and drawings will be reviewed, comments will be made, and once this peer review is done, it takes about a week at the most. The consultant need to review this and see if it is really applicable. You never know, because these guys come in from another project, are not fully familiar with it, but can only pass on experience that they had. So their comments need to be properly reviewed and see if it is applicable. If it's applicable, then it needs to be incorporated after it was discussed with the client and agreed. Then the hazard study is identifying all the potential hazards in the whole project, and they need to be reviewed as well. Yeah? Then the hazard team consists of an experienced and generally process person who does this on a regular basis. They are quite familiar and will ask the right questions. But in that process evaluation and the risk evaluation of potential hazards, the client's project manager need to be there to take the right decision and give the right information. The project engineers, the client's operations managers, the maintenance engineers, and the client's HSE, that is look at the fire risks and other risks. And of course, the consultants, project managers and engineers. So the hazard is then carried out and identify all the opportunities to alleviate those risks or manage them. Hazard study, the same, but the difference in this is that the first one is to identify the hazard. This one is to look into how the operational procedures and the operability of the whole facility would affect, enhance this or reduce those risks, and see how these risks can be handled and managed. Then the hazard team is basically almost the same, but it's different questions are asked. Then lessons learned. This is quite essential and also applicable to the building industry. You need to pass on the experience of the previous projects and see what the client culture is. Yeah? Because sometimes the consultant is not 100% aware of what is going on. Yeah? Workshops are also very essential and are generally done during the beginning of the design, just to discuss any foreseeable bottlenecks or difficult things in the design that is to be executed. Yeah. Design review by a third party, very essential to have somebody outside who is certifying, like DNV, Germanische Lloyds, and Lloyds Register, sometimes American Bureau of Shipping or Bureau Veritas. They will go through all the design documents and see if there is any say discrepancy in the design, any errors, or whether it is a conflict with any codes or general practices. So installability. This is because we have large say equipment to be handled, large say jackets, large stop sites, that process needs heavy equipment. So we want to see that the available contractors have that equipment available. If it's not, then you have to go maybe overseas, and then the price will go up. So it's better to look what you have got nearby, then you get a better price. So the detailed design is all worked out to the last nut and bolt. Yeah? So that is under the standard way of doing it. And for offshore, that's essential. You cannot ask a contractor who has mobilized the barge and ask them to wait for a bolt to be delivered or a couple of bolts that are missing. The cost will be enormous because you talk about $100,000 or $200,000 US dollars a day, and you ask them to wait for a few bolts or a spanner. You cannot. That is that will add up on the cost, and they will, if the information is due to a fault in the design, that will just be passed on. The contractor will be on standby. He will just say, okay, you give me the right detail, I will wait here for 7 days. 7 times 300,000, you add up the number. Yeah. So you cannot afford to have something wrong. So material procurement is for large projects is generally done by the client because too much money involved, and that can be done at an early phase because you know already what the size of the large pipes is going to be. So during the detailed the conceptual design, in January you finalize the large bulk requirements and equipment. If that needs further work to be worked out, then you do that as soon as possible. Then the detailed design will then follow up and try to accommodate with the equipment that is envisaged. Then fabrication of jackets and topside will then be done in yards, and then you have all the quality control, the welders, they will all be qualified. And here you see one of those jackets. This jacket is about 60 meters high, so you talk about large dimensions. Yeah? You need cranes. This is in one of the yards in the south of Malaysia. So Malaysia built this. Yeah? It's not done overseas. Then they get transported on boats. It gets brought, loaded out on barges, and it is towed by tugboat to the site. So it goes all the way from down south Johor by sea, goes all the way to Kerteh. Yeah? And then you have another barge that lifts it up, or you launch it. They will just try to launch it, and you have floaters on it, and it floats, and then you sink it to, or you use a crane. Yeah? You see, here they use a crane, and then you put it on location. This is a picture of the top side, also in Johor, right? All the equipment is down there and brought into place. So there's a lot of, it's loaded out on a barge. And then here, the top side, this is the smaller one with a crane barge. The other one is floated over. Yeah. Pipelines, also a large equipment with the pipe that is welded on the barge. You see, it looks like this. And then all the welding is done on quality control. Yeah. Then the contract control will be done by the scope of work, by the cost control and time control. Quality control, we use the ISO 9000. Then the environmental management is 14001, and safety management. So safety, all the aspects, you have especially permit to work. So no action will be taken unless it is being approved by the management, and everybody knows what they are doing. So to avoid, say, accidents. The relevance to the construction industry. Large projects, like in Malaysia, the condominiums, shopping centers, airports, data centers, there's a lot of, say, different disciplines involved. So a project management team is quite essential, and it's almost similar to what we do offshore. Project like this, I was working on one of them, this one in specific. The district cooling center supplies cold water into the Twin Towers. Or you have data centers. There's data centers in the south of Malaysia with all the racks of the servers in there. So a lot of different disciplines are involved. So large projects, so large scale, high investment, multidiscipline, etc. Yeah, fire protection systems, physical and cyber security systems. So a project management team is quite essential to get to a good completion of the project in time and in budget. Total quality management system, you have reviews and checks are applicable, workshops also applicable, lessons learned also applicable. Design and review by third party is not really used, but I consider that to be used. Quality review by third party. I think you can improve on your quality if you apply that. So pre-qualified suppliers will save you time and get you the right material on site. Quality materials give you a better product. Pre-qualified contractors will save time. Yeah. So training of workers, quite essential to get the work done to the right quality. Yeah. And safety during construction. We have not a good record in Malaysia on the construction. So safety aspects should be definitely involved. And this can be all with a safety management system that considered all the aspects, and a permit to work is quite essential, I think, even for constructions, because in the Twin Towers quite a few people fell down and they are unaware of certain operations, holes in the floor or lifting going on, and people lose their lives. Yeah. So benefits, I would say, you reduce cost, is first time right, save project time, reduce waste, and you get client satisfaction. Here again, it was already in one of our previous presentations. ISO 9000 is already being used on major projects. 14,001 environmental, 45,000 occupational health and safety. Now the new ones are information security management, 20,001 and 30,001 risk management. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Abraham, for that insightful presentation. So we have done for the presentation for all the speakers, 3 speakers for this session. So we move on to Q&A segment. Right, I think we have a few more minutes for Q&A. Q&A session. Right, Engineer Tay, Mr. Edwin, and also Mr. Abraham. All right, okay, we have heard from all 3 speakers from their presentation. Engineer Tay talking about fire safety, Mr. Edwin talking about AI and move forward in AI in construction, and also Mr. Abraham talking about project management for oil and gas, and also perhaps some elements in oil and gas that perhaps can be used in our building construction, right? So I opened for question from the floors. So perhaps you can take 3 to 5 questions perhaps in 15 minutes time. Any question? So those who have question, you can raise your hand and also go to the microphone. Right, please. Please introduce yourself and ask the question. Yeah, not really clear.
Yes. My name is Alkhas Khankarov. I'm a civil engineer. I'm normally based in Germany. I moved here like 10 days ago. I'm building a civil engineering BIM startup that I'm working on. So my question was more related to the topics you were talking about. And my, or the question I have on the market is, how do you see the, let's say, the BIM adoption or the interest in the, maybe not the universities where it might be way higher than in the industry itself. So how do you see it in property developers or the construction, building construction companies in KL? How do you see the BIM adoption or the interest in adopting BIM? Not on a need to have base, but more on a really, adopting the mindset.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Well, basically, if you look at it, right now in Malaysia, I will admit that there is a gap when it comes to BIM adoption, especially among contractors that are in the lower class, in the lower tier G1 or G4, because there is no mandate from the government or from any other enforcement bodies. But how I look at it is that there is a change of guard that is happening in the construction sector. The newer wave of modelers, newer wave of contractors that are coming in, and these are people who are not as risk averse as their predecessors. And these are the people that would be able to see the value of BIM as opposed to just complying to any regulation that is set or any mandate that is set. So that change of guard would ultimately trigger a transformation within that space, because these people would be able to recognize the need for BIM without a mandate from anybody. Yeah. So to answer your question, in short, I think it's happening sooner than later, because with AI and with all the other digital tools that are out there, it synergizes with BIM. So they're going to be able, it's not a standalone as what it was 5 years ago. Right now, it's a bit more collaborative. It's a lot easier to use compared to before. BIM softwares before were very clunky. Right now, the rate of adoption would be much higher with better UI, better UX. Yeah. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thanks.
Definitely. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So, any more question from the floors? Right, please.
Testing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, thank you. My name is Anwar. I am from Mesti Malaya. Building surveying degree. Okay. I would like to ask to any members on stage about how Malaysia should take lessons from the incident of the Putra Heights incident, whether it is regulation, enforcement, etc., and also how we should tackle and learn into of gas pipeline construction, and how residential area, even among the communities, could take charge and try to take the safety and health when it comes to living near the gas pipelines. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for the question. I think it's very much for Abraham.
gas pipelines are designed to codes, and in the codes in Malaysia, they are based on B318 for gas pipelines and B314 for gas pipeline is in by law. Yeah, so we need to design that, although we can use others, but that is the minimum requirement. In those codes, there are safe distances to buildings and housings and others. If you are in the countryside, they have a different distance than you are in near a city or housing. Yeah. Then also there are different safety requirements. Yeah. So in this case, I don't have the full picture, but Petronas is a self-regulating authority. They must have gone through the proper design process, and there must be a design manual, and that in the design manual there must be evidence there that it complies to the code. So I suggest that one is probably there. So if those safety measures in the code are not really applicable anymore, then a government need to change that. Yeah. But I reckon this is based on an old American code. It's already years old and has little been updated. Yeah. So if you have large developments going, you might want to tighten the requirements up. Yeah? But in this case, I have not got the full picture. So assuming that the distance observed are properly, then the risk of an accident is then basically curtailed. Yeah? But the length of the pipeline, that one is also an essential, say, parameter if something happens. The pipeline, the contents of the pipeline, that will still feed into any leak. So it keeps leaking. Once the gas comes out of the pipeline, it will create a cloud. Initially, if the cloud is dispersed by the wind, you won't have an accident, but you can maybe smell something or whatever. But it could also be toxic, that people walk into it and get unwell and even die, you know, if it is concentrated. But then a little spark can just ignite it, and then you have a major explosion. Then that's the initial one, and then once the fire is there, keep burning until all the pressure in the pipeline is released. Yeah. So there are also safety measures. If the in certain pipelines are in sections, there are certain valves are placed, and if you have a leak detection system on it, then those valves could be shut down. Yeah. So that is a monitoring. I'm not sure whether it is in place here. Yeah? So there are a lot of things involved. So there need to be a review of those code requirements and see how the closeness of the building in buildings nearby, and any road access is also important. And then see what the safety measures were, in whether they were adequately installed. But because we have self-regulation, you leave it then to a company. Then there is not somebody who is a regulator who does a thorough check. If you go to the UK, I have worked in the North Sea, we had to submit to the Department of Energy. All our design documents were verified whether they are compliant, and you had a thorough check by a third party. Yeah, so there are various stages there where you can any error, because we are humans, we all make errors. Yeah, one just by accident, or by forgetfulness, or not checking, or some deliberate. Right. So we don't know what is happening. But personally, I feel that final decision should be in the hands of authority, not within a company. Yeah? And in the UK, you had the government who takes that upon them. Yeah? And Malaysia should actually follow and have a proper authority that could do. Malaysia has actually authority called DOSH. So,
all right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ram. Perhaps Engineer T would like to add on with regard to perhaps safety measures for the pipeline that near the residential area.
Actually, this is incident that actually gave us a lot of afterthoughts. If you look at what happened, it is actually a fire incident, a major fire incident. Luckily, it did not develop into a disaster. There are a few points that we have to actually take a look carefully, despite we are still waiting for the fire investigation and the report to be published. But a few things that from the safety point of view that we pick up is why the residential buildings are built so close to the pipeline. All right. The implication is that now, because of this incident, all the residents around the area and throughout the rest of the Klang Valley are start to check whether their houses are near any pipeline. Do you know what happened? In fact, in Putra Heights, there's one bungalow. The owner wanted to sell because his bungalow is very close to the pipeline and he is willing to offer only 40% of the selling price, market price. So, probably in the past, because nothing happened, everybody are not aware of the risks and hazards. But I think we should not wait for incident to happen before we take precautionary measures. Secondly is that there are still developments being observed very near the pipeline. And of course, if we build too close to hazards, these are high hazard because this pipeline actually runs 32 kilometers to Putrajaya, where all the upstream valves are situated. Now, a lot of questions is being asked, even internationally on LinkedIn, that why the fire is allowed to burn for hours. They don't understand. The valve has been closed 45 minutes after the explosion, upstream. But this pipeline, there's a main gas supply pipeline, is highly pressurized. As long as there are gas leakage from the broken pipe, there is no way that you can put out the fire because the fuel load, the supply is there. So virtually you got to actually let the gas leak, burn off before the fire can extinguish it itself. So the only thing the fire rescue department can do is do evacuation, do cooling around the explosion area. So for gas fire, to put out a gas fire, you must actually shut off the valve first. But because the supply pipe is 32 kilometers, you can imagine the amount of gas under pressure that is oozing out from the pipe that is broken. So what are the potential cause of this particular incident? If you understand this pipe has been laid decades ago, all right, underground, but we do understand that the strata layers of the ground differs from region to region. Now, we also know that Malaysia recently have a lot of raining monsoons. Some of this water could have caused settlement of the earth. And if the pipe below are not properly reinforced, it will cause settlement of certain portion. That is a Putra Heights. and that will cause rupture of the pipe. So there are a lot of studies, I believe, are being conducted at the moment, and I think if we can wait for the findings, then we can then build it in as the guidance for future guidance to prevent such incident from happening. But I think there are a lot of things that we have to look into. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Engineer Tay, for your response. Do we still have time? No. Okay. Any more questions from the floors? Yeah, please.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks for the insightful the presentations. My name is Eric. I come from Singapore. So I have one particular questions. Actually, I want to ask Engineer Tay. There's a nations towards to the net zero. So there's a two group of people. One group is talking about ICE engine car. The other part is talking about the electrical car. If today the government decided to move towards to the electrical car, as a fire engineering consultant, what will be your advice and suggestions in terms of risk mitigation? Thank you.
The question is one of the hottest topic at the moment, and is subject to a lot of debate. I've actually delivered a paper last year at the same conference. I think quite a lot of people doesn't like to hear what I have to say, but as an engineer, I can only tell you the facts, not perception, not my opinion. All right. If you has been reading all the publications internationally, you realize that EV is only an interim solution. I'm sorry, a lot of that goes against a lot of government's policies and all that. I do understand, but if you look at the development, and you will have to ask the question, why people like Toyota, Hyundai, people like BMW, they are all changing their policies now. In fact, hydrogen engines are already being researched and produced with the working prototype. If you look at EV, there are a lot of risks, and a lot of debate is saying that, oh, but if you compare the EV incident rate is still far below ICE, but that is not a fair comparison, because the EV volume compared to ICE volume, you take another probably 10, 15 years for the EV volume to come up to the same level as ICE volume. That's one. Two is that the ICE car fire and the EV car fire is totally different. EV car fire, if you look at now, in Asia, we built multi-story underground car park. Huge space that can accommodate up to about few thousand vehicles. Imagine 50% is EV. First reason, because they got thermal runaway, right, explosion, and jet fire, which at the moment, let me tell you, none of the fire rescue service in the world still got any solution for this. Of course, you talk about blanket and all that, I will come to that in a while. But second risk is that when you got EV in the car park, if you got 2,000 car park, what is the recommendation from government? You have to install charger, right? Charger or power supply, that's another hazard and risk added. To a conventional car park have none of these risks. Not only that, for building that's already old, now you increase the power supply. The next question you're going to look at is that, can all the cables, the power cables, take this supply? Or TMB going to start building a new substations and all that. So what my concern as a fire engineer is not about firefighting. It's about one, occupants in the car park. During peak hours, you got hundreds of cars queuing to leave the car park. You've got all the families inside there, right? And all are jammed up because the exit is very slow. Two is, I'm also worried about firefighters going in to fight the fire. So we are still talking about human beings. not the property that the insurance is looking after. So during this interim period, while the volume of the EV is going to increase, you can imagine definitely the fire incident is going to increase. And I only show you 2 cases only. And Korea, they are very fast because they're also sitting in ISO TC92. The last meeting I attended last week, TC92, SC1, 3, and 4. I attended 3 meetings. They already reported that they are now developing, Korea is developing the first EV car park standard, fire safety standard, which I think is going to benefit everybody. But frankly speaking, I wouldn't drive an EV car. I don't know about all of you, okay? To me, if you buy an EV car, after 5 years, your resale value almost 0. Think about it. All right, and of course, I won't go into the other aspect because the time is limited. So I think that hopefully answer your questions. We can still discuss during tea time.
All right, thank you, Engineer Teh, for the response. Okay, I think we can take our one last question. Is there any last question on the floor?
Here.
You have online. Okay, please.
So this question is from Fayam Shafiq from our online audience. So this question is directed to Mr. Abraham. The question is how Mr. Abraham sees safety inspection in building sector during construction and post-construction in comparison to the oil and gas industry. Do you think that it is strict enough in the building sector in practice or existing regulation?
Right. Safety aspect in the oil and gas industry has been very strict because there were a lot of incidents. People had to go through a lot of, say, accidents before they actually take action. So we got introduction of safety, personal safety equipment. That was the first one. Boots, helmet, and it was strictly reinforced. Then other behaviors like consumption of alcohol on the site. Initially there was free flow, right? Because people were in an isolated location, so they relaxed afterwards, and that was part of life. Now it is not allowed anymore. The risk is too high because people abused. Yeah? Then it started with protection, eye protection, all initiated from oil and gas because it was very intense. All these things have been adopted now in the building industry. But now furthermore, if you look at other incidents like high-rise, I see the building industry is not that strict and need to be reinforced. We had the high-rise developments, but the middle-rise and the lower-end contractors, they still do a poor job. Yeah. Then also the safety management. You need to have also instructions. Instructions means that you need to supervise. Supervision is very slack in Malaysia. Supervision offshore has been very, very tight. So things like workshops, procedures, toolbox talks, to go through with the people who are actually doing it and see whether they have understood what need to be done and have the right equipment and have the right experience and have the right attitude. Yeah. So those things need to still be tightened up. And also the permit to work procedure, that was very strict in the offshore industry because those were things that were lacking, especially Piper Alpha. They were not properly followed through. Now they have really tightened it up because that was one of the triggers of that accident. Yeah. In the building industry, I feel that is also necessary. You need to inform the manager
what you are going to do. If you do a pressure test, there's high pressure. If one of the valves or fittings fail, then you get a pressure surge out of a small hole, and then you know that they do blasting with water pressure. In the pressure test is with water. If one of these small holes breaks through, you get an enormous jet. So I feel that is also not done properly yet. You need to coordinate enough, you need to inform, and other contractors need to stay away. Yeah? So that one you can tighten up. So I feel there's a lot of work to be done in the building industry.
All right. Thank you, Abraham, for the reply. I think that's the only time that we had. Yeah, we have. So once again, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank to all the speakers for your valuable contribution. And please join me to giving them another round of applause. Thank you. I pass back to the MC.
Thank you, Prof. SRTS Dr. Azlan Bin Ali, and all to our speaker for an engaging and thought-provoking session. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Hywel Davies and also SR Isacc to come on stage. We will have a small token of appreciation. First, I would like to call Mr. Edwin Jesudas. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our next session, we would like to take a 15-minute tea break with refreshments served in the pre-function room. Please take this opportunity to relax, recharge and connect with fellow attendants. We will continue shortly for third session at 4:30. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you have a refreshing tea break. We now begin our last session, the third session, which will moderate by SR Isacc Sunder Rajan, Chair of CABE Malaysia Chapter.
Thank you, MC. All right, this is the last session. Just bear with us. And we have started with two other sessions. One talking about what do you call the fire problems that has been caused and the legislation towards it. Then we moved on to project management and digitalization. Now we're coming to most important in today's industry is dispute resolution. Almost, if you see a lot of these contracts today, especially the mega projects, they all have issues of dispute. Now some get resolved amicably, some get resolved or unresolved for a long time. So it's a problem to the industry. So that's why we have this what you call AIAC here to assist to resolve issues and when they come as fast as possible. So now we have three speakers. One of them is Paul Rose, the first speaker. Now Paul Rose is actually a surveyor as well, but practicing ADR practice, adjudication, arbitrator. So he's got extensive experience in arbitration. In the UK, a lot of dispute resolution is done by surveyors. So now he comes from chambers, but this chambers is a mixed chambers. It's got lawyers as well as technical people, surveyors, engineers, and all that. So this quite unique chambers in the UK. It is ARB-DB chambers. It's got a postal address at AIC at the moment. So they are present in the Middle East also. So now his talk is about cost-effective dispute resolution in construction projects. Now this is always very close to the heart of most developers and contractors. How cost-effective can it be if you want to solve dispute? So if you look at court cases, they know it's quite high. If you go take it to court, if you take it to arbitration, also high. So if you go to mediation, so he's going to propose or suggest that mediation is the way forward, and because it is cost effective and fast and done by people who are the peers in the industry. Now, Paul Rose is a chartered arbitrator, a chartered surveyor, and an accredited mediator, and also an adjudicator in the UK as well as arbitration. Okay, without further ado, now Paul is coming online, but it's a recorded session because he's away. So we have recorded this session for with him in the and we are now playing this recording. Yeah. So, okay.
Hello everybody, my name is Paul Rose. I'm here to talk to you about cost-effective dispute resolution in construction projects. So, who are the disputants? I wonder if everyone has thought about this in some depth. Because it's not just the client and the builder. There's also the funder, the banker, the client themselves, the contractor, subcontractors, architects, engineers, quantity surveyors, and any combination of those. You can see how complicated it can become. So, what we're here to discuss is the one mantra: time is money. It's money in any construction contract, and delays can be very expensive. So when disputes arise, construction is disrupted and the disputants can lose sight of the end product, be it 1. Completion of their part of the contract, 2. End sale or letting of the construction project, And 3, resulting in a loss of opportunity, workflow, income, and above all, reputation. So how do disputes arise? Well, I believe they're in 2 sections. There's open section and there are hidden agendas. Now, the open way that disputes can arise are through mismanagement, a disruptive supply chain, change in interest rates and loan facilities, which is monetary, and change in collateral requirements, which funders can often change, particularly when there are changes in political circumstances or political overtones. For example, look what's happening with the Trump administration and what is happening to global interest rates. But the other side of the coin are the hidden agendas. It could be through miscommunication, misinterpretation, a conflict of personalities, and financial problems with one or other which may not be disclosed. It's embarrassing. So how do we deal with these disputes? Well, the parties should always bear in mind 2 commercial points. The first is balancing the parties' interests. I know it's easy to lose sight of that, but you'll see where I'm coming to, and at the end I will repeat that. And the second is proportionality, because to repeat, time is money, and we need to keep things in proportion. So one way of doing it are through dispute boards. Now, these need to be set up at the beginning of the project. They can be extremely useful in setting out procedures and settling disputes early on to minimize disruption. Or you can use single and multi-tier dispute resolution clauses in the contract. And here I'm really addressing myself to the lawyers in the room. Single operation clauses, let's look at those. These can be mediation or arbitration or adjudication. These can save time, but unless it is arbitration, mediation and adjudication are not binding where an appeal procedure exists. And you're looking for something that is binding. The choice should be considered at the formation stage of the contract. That's the time. There are potential problems. I'm going to do this in some depth. If one or both of the parties is foreign and there arises a question of collateral, this is quite frequent, and I've done one of these as a mediator at the AIAC. And there arises this question, as I say, of collateral. Then in the case of an arbitration, which is binding, the parties should bear in mind the enforcement provisions of the New York Convention 1958. Fortunately, most countries are signatories, but do have a look at Part 5. Parties' lawyers should always give early consideration to the potential of anti-suit injunctions where the contract calls for arbitration, because the whole point is to prevent the parties from going to court. So let's look at some multi-tier dispute resolution clauses. Now, these clauses may seem fair, but do not save time, they cost extra, and should be avoided, in my view. A multi-tier clause might start with negotiation or mediation, then move up to adjudication, and then on to arbitration. But notice there are 3 procedures here. They are convoluted. Usually the parties' negotiation is not taken seriously, requiring escalation to the next level. The number of times I've seen what we call fishing expeditions, where the dispute resolution clause starts with a simple negotiation, I've lost count. This is what happens. With the prospect of a mediation being escalated into an adjudication or arbitration, that does not bode well for the potential success of a one-day mediation. The mantra, and I keep repeating this, has to be that time is money. The longer it takes to resolve the dispute, the greater the loss to be suffered. So why make them convoluted? This brings us to mediations and arbitrations. Now, they can be ad hoc, and an ad hoc is used partly to distinguish between a selected approach in a contract versus an institutional appointment, such as one made by reference to a particular body, such as the AIAC. The other part is it depicts choice of procedure in a contract. The choice should be considered by the parties' lawyers at the contract formation stage. This is where consideration of costs is vital. Again, to repeat, time is money. And money means costs. Arbitrations cost more than mediations and take longer to undertake. If the choice is arbitration, then consideration should be given to the composition of the tribunal in all aspects, including nationality of the tribunal members, choice of and stating the juridical seat, choice of and stating of the law of the contract. The lawyers in the room will know how often problems arise from those particular facets. With arbitrations, not only is there the cost of the tribunal members, but also costs of venue, the parties' lawyers themselves, the parties' witnesses of opinion and fact, the cost of producing the evidence to persuade a tribunal, and this includes the often forgotten management time involved in producing the evidence required for an arbitration. It's the parties who produce the evidence, and they've got to devote quite a lot of time to producing all the paperwork. So let's take a look at mediation and mediator appointments. How advantageous is mediation? Well, let's look at costs. Mediation costs much less than arbitration. A mediation can be convened rapidly with a party-chosen mediator or one appointed by an institutional appointing body, should the contract provide for such a body, such as the AIAC. When choosing a mediator, the proposing party should consider 3 candidates for a mutual choice, with all 3 candidates having roughly similar knowledge and experience. That way, a price comparison can influence choice. With an institutional appointment, the administration team will take into consideration the various candidates' experience and knowledge. There is a greater cost involved because the institution will charge for the appointing process. I say a greater cost, it's not really a greater cost. It's more because they have to pay for the administration. The advantage is that the vetting work will be done by a neutral body, again such as the AIAC, and the time element will be shortened by bypassing the usual refusals where a party suggests a nomination. And why do parties refuse? Because they don't trust the other side. Better to get an appointing body. Let's prepare for mediation. I split this into a number of parts. We'll go for part 1. The parties should understand the issues. Too often, they get confused. And this is probably because of a clash of personalities. When preparing for mediation, my advice is that the parties should prepare their, what I call position, in inverted commas, position statement. The parties might also prepare a confidential brief for the mediator's eyes only. Now, this can be a very important document because the mediator can use it to find out where the common positions lie. The mediator may prepare their own Venn diagram. Some of you may also know this as a Pareto circle, which is used in negotiations. It's quite an important tool because what is the mediator trying to do? Knock heads, looking for a resolution, trying to help the parties find that resolution. And where do you best start? By looking at the common interests of both parties. So I'm showing up as a slide for mediator's preparation, the Venn diagram, which should be behind me. And you can see from the Venn diagram what this comprises. These, going into the next slide, which is the Venn diagram with its description. As you can see, the diagram shows 2 overlapping circles. The parties will have wants and needs, and the mediator should separate both of these out in such a diagram. Notice I've gone further into mediation. The mediator will always try to separate the parties' wants, their wish list, and their needs. And the mediator's job is to try to match the needs, because the wants are just a wish list. It's like your wife going shopping. She says, darling, I want that handbag. Now, you could be very generous and buy her the handbag, but what I tend to do is I turn around to my other half and I say, you have 8 handbags. Do you need this one? You get the point. The use of the Venn diagram is obvious because in order to demonstrate progress, the mediator will point out the commonalities as a basis for negotiating a settlement. So, turning to my next slide, preparation for mediation part 2. This is closer to the mediation, maybe a few days before. The parties should understand their BATNA, B-A-T-N-A. And for those who have never heard of this acronym, it is not a little town in Hungary where shoes are made. It is the better alternative to a negotiated agreement. Now, what does that mean? Because it actually sounds like gobbledygook. When I first heard it, I thought that. 20 years later, I still think it. The BATNA should be looked at as what might be the case if the dispute does not settle and is considered in terms of cost and time. So to repeat, it is the better alternative to a negotiated agreement. The parties should calculate their costs to date, their costs to trial or arbitration, and their likely costs of trial or arbitration. Those calculations are really important because it will focus the parties' minds on what they're spending. And then some bright spark in their accounts department might take the time just to comment, is this proportional to what we are trying to achieve? You see, I've come back to my original slide. They also need to consider their prospects of success and cost of failure. It all hinges upon proportionality. So the next slide was just there to amuse you with pairs of hands reaching out, as you see. And turning to the slide after that, preparation for mediation, practical do's and don'ts. My advice as a mediator is don't swamp the mediator with all trial exhibits. Mediators really don't need to be sent 2 lever arch files, which in preparation they have to go through and then see where the anomalies lie. They're there for a one-day mediation, usually, to try to help the parties reach a solution. Yes, you can send the mediator this large bundle, and if you're decent about it, you will point out, each party, that is to say, will point out the facets of their case within the bundle, and their plus and their negative points, because they should use the mediator properly in the preparation stage. Don't give the mediator a long, tortuous story, please. If you want to give the mediator a large bundle, that's one thing. But then getting them on the telephone and taking up half an hour of their time with what you consider to be the real facts of the case may not be considered by the mediator to be so helpful. The mediator needs to know each party's bullet points. How the dispute arose, why, what's been going on. And that helps the mediator start thinking, where does a solution lie? Because that's their job. Please don't treat the mediator as an enemy. You need to trust the mediator. You selected them. You selected them for their expertise, and then their cost maybe, but certainly their knowledge. Use that mediator's expertise, their knowledge, their experience in the industry to help you with finding a solution to the case. Do give the mediator and your opponent a synopsis of your case. That can be terribly helpful. You may not want to give your opponent a synopsis of the case, but actually, if you're collaborative about this, you will save a lot of time in mediation because you'll enable the mediator to get to the bottom line, so to speak, the kernel, the core of the dispute quickly. They've only got a day. Give them a chance. Do please prepare your representatives. The number of legal representatives turning up on behalf of their clients who have not been properly prepared is legion. Oh, they're very good lawyers. Don't get me wrong. Please don't misunderstand me. Lawyers representing their clients are really good. But they can only be as prepared as they can be because of the information given to them in a preparation by their clients. So do please prepare your representatives. Give your representatives the material in time. Allow them to absorb the material and formulate their case. Do be prepared for the mediator to use different styles of mediation. Now, these can include transformative, narrative, facilitative, and evaluative. And we can distinguish and explain these at a different talk, but I shall refer to them later on. So, turning to my next slide, this is about the negotiation. This is the negotiating slide. Now, styles of negotiating, let me refer to these. Do be prepared for broad slice and salami slice offers to settle. A broad slice is like an auction bid. It's the buyer who comes into the auction room, unseen by everybody, slips in at the back, and suddenly makes a bid at a very large sum apart from the previous bid. Everybody turns around in surprise, and it's designed to knock out all the bidders. It's a way of negotiating. In a mediation, it can work as well. It can save a lot of time, because you will have prepared for what you're prepared to offer in advance of the mediation itself. And what you're really prepared to offer and where you're really prepared to settle will be in your confidential mediator eyes only statement. Not that the mediator is going to reveal that, because of course it's highly confidential. But it's a way of negotiating. You can come in with a good, handsome offer to settle, to give the other side time to think about it. Very often I come across what we call salami slice offers. Now, you don't put these offers up to begin with. Salami slicing is when you've almost reached a solution, and each side is shaving like a sausage and a salami sausage in the slicing machine at the butcher's. Thin increments, very thin increments sometimes, in order to try and match the two prices that each party wants to achieve. And so they get closer and closer with what we call salami slice offers, both to offer and accept. Do be prepared for the mediator to use different models of mediation. As I've said, they can be evaluative, facilitative, narrative, and transformative. Usually it's facilitative, but occasionally parties might have a question and it's a matter of law, and at that point they might decide to turn around to the mediator and ask for the mediator's opinion. And the mediator, if he or she is sensible, will ask the party concerned to talk to them in private caucus, so it's all confidential, and then should ask permission before becoming evaluative. Because after all, the party concerned may well have their legal team in the room, in which case, why ask the mediator when they've got a legal team present? But sometimes they want some reassurance. So that's when you can permit the mediator to become evaluative, and at that point, please listen to the mediator's opinion. He may or may not be a lawyer, but he or she may not be a lawyer, but will have experience. And that's why they were selected in the first place. Using the mediator. Now, a party should use the mediator as an ally. he or she will go back and forth to your opponent. But when they do come out of your opponent's caucus, the mediator is not going to reveal what happened in that private caucus, either theirs or yours. But if you want to find out how the other side are thinking, you've got two choices. You can either ask the mediator what's happening, and if the mediator isn't inclined to say anything, can't force him or her to do it. But what you can do is you can read the mediator's body language, because while the mediator can't reveal anything confidential, through their own body language, they can give you an indication of the mood in your own opponent's caucus. So the mediator comes out looking troubled, you know there's trouble in camp, to use the Yorkshire phrase. Not your camp, your opponent's camp. So looking at the mediator's body language can be very useful. Third, knowing what and when to make concessions. Now, there will come times, plural times, in a mediation when a concession can yield a reciprocal concession. For example, an early apology. You have no idea how wonderful these apologies can be in terms of producing a settlement. An apology costs nothing, so it's worth spending, because it buys you credibility, and it may also buy you a financial concession. Very useful tools, apologies, in a mediation. What you need to do, though, is keep an eye on the cost-benefit ratio of any concession that is put to you. Let me turn to the next slide, which is we're nearly towards the end. Cost effectiveness. As I began this talk, this is about cost effectiveness in dispute resolution in the construction industry. So I've got 4 points on my slide. As I said, this is all about resolving a construction dispute quickly, efficiently, and cheaply to everyone's benefit, not just your parties, everyone's benefit. Please don't think in a partisan way. It's not just about your side. Think about it in a holistic way. You need to look at a dispute as if you're sort of an angel above, hovering, or a helicopter if you like, hovering over the two parties. You happen to be one. By looking at it like that, you get the advantage not only of seeing the weakness of your case and the strength of your opponent's case, but it also shows you in your overall attitude to be collaborative, and mediation is about collaboration. The best negotiation is never win-lose. It is always win-win. And that's the way to look at it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is my last slide. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Paul. But Paul is actually in the UK, so we'll go to the next speaker. Now, the next speaker is a young man. Is Rohan Arasu. Now, he comes from one of the upcoming law firms, Harold Lam Partners, and he's a partner of Harold Lam since 2015. And he's a very good counsel in arbitration, very professional. And he's going to talk about construction arbitration. The original topic was actually given to AIADR, so he's representing AIADR, which is also an alternate dispute resolution institution designed to help the industry to solve problems. So he's quite well versed in that area, and he's also specialized in construction arbitration and disputes. Thank you. So can I hand over the mic to Rohan?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Chartered Association of Building Engineers Malaysia Chapter for the opportunity to speak at this esteemed conference on construction arbitration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the program brochure, you would have expected Dato' Sundra Raju, the president of the AIDR, to be delivering the presentation on this topic. But he regrettably cannot be here today because he has had to travel abroad. So I have the arduous task of standing in for him. Now, construction arbitration is a growing area of importance and complexity within the construction industry. Before I explain what arbitration is, I would like to just take you through some statistics. In recent years, the construction industry has witnessed a surge in arbitration cases for disputes to be resolved in respect of construction or engineering projects. And this trend is evident in the increasing caseloads reported by major arbitral institutions, AIC being one. Besides the AIC, we have so many other reputed arbitral institutions such as the LCIA in London, the SIAC in Singapore, CITEC in Beijing, China, and many other arbitral institutions. And of course, we also have the ICC. In 2023, the ICC registered 819 new arbitration cases. And out of these 819 arbitration cases, 45% related to disputes from the construction as well as energy sectors. And similarly, the SIAC in Singapore saw about 663 arbitration cases in 2023. So this upward trajectory in arbitration cases underscores the ever-growing reliance of the construction industry on arbitration to address the complexities and disputes or differences that arise in respect of construction projects. So in my presentation today, I will explore the fundamentals of arbitration. I will delve into the most common forms of construction arbitration disputes, and also examine some of the procedural as well as practical nuances or characteristics that define construction arbitration. Now, what exactly is arbitration? Ladies and gentlemen, most of you will always hear this term, like, if there's a dispute, the dispute cannot be resolved, I will see you in court, I will sue you in court. But is court the only platform for you to resolve your disputes? No, we have arbitration. And like I mentioned earlier, arbitration is the most common platform for construction disputes to be resolved. Earlier, Paul talked about mediation. Of course, there's a growing number of disputes now being referred to mediation, but as the statistics show, there is still an increasing number of disputes that have to be resolved through arbitration. Arbitration is basically a private and a legally binding method of dispute resolution where parties agree to submit their disagreements to one or more neutral arbitrators. Many arbitrations are presided by a sole arbitrator, but the more complex ones, the higher value ones, can be presided by 3 arbitrators. And unlike court, arbitration, one of the major benefits or advantages of referring your disputes to arbitration is that it offers a confidential, flexible, and even a more efficient process to resolve your disputes. Now, confidentiality is actually a paramount consideration for many contracting parties. You don't want dirty linen to be washed in public. You don't want people to know about your disputes. Arbitration offers you that because arbitrations are confidential in nature. The claims submitted to arbitration, the documents submitted to arbitration are only privy between the parties to the arbitration, the disputing parties, as well as the arbitrator. They cannot be reported, they cannot be published, unlike court disputes. So this makes it particularly suitable for complex construction and commercial disputes. Of course, arbitration needs to be consensual. In order to refer the dispute to arbitration, you must either have an arbitration agreement in place. Most standard forms of construction contracts, be it your PWD contract or your FIDIC contract or your PAM contracts and other forms of standard contracts, or even your bespoke construction contracts, would usually contain an arbitration clause, which says that in the event of any dispute or differences between the contracting parties, the dispute is to be referred to arbitration. So you cannot unilaterally refer the matter to arbitration. If there's no arbitration agreement and there's no consent by both parties to refer the dispute to arbitration, then you cannot go to arbitration, then you'll have to go to court. Now, when it comes to arbitration, it is also particularly beneficial for international construction projects involving parties from different countries. The reason is simply because of this. When it comes to arbitrations, you can have a neutral forum. So for example, if you have a Malaysian party and a UK-based party in dispute, if you have the matter decided in Malaysia, there would be fears by the party in UK that the decision in Malaysia may be favorable to the Malaysian party and vice versa. So when it comes to arbitration, you have the option of referring the dispute to a neutral forum. So for example, if the dispute is between a Malaysian party and a UK-based party, you can have the dispute decided, referred to and decided in arbitration in Singapore, for example, with Singapore being the seat of the arbitration. And of course, arbitration also affords you greater enforceability. So when you have a cross-border dispute between parties from different jurisdictions, because of our New York Convention, the award you obtain in arbitration can be enforced in up to over 160 countries. So for example, if you're a Malaysian party, you obtain an arbitration award in Singapore or in London or any other parts of the world, you can still have these awards enforced without much difficulties because of this New York Convention. Now, I've touched on the pros and cons of arbitration. So I will move on now to, I believe I've touched on all this. I'll move on to the common forms of construction disputes. Okay. Now, for those of you in the construction industry or even the energy sector, you will agree with me that construction or energy disputes, construction or energy projects always involve recurring types of claims, and they also very often depend on standard forms of contract. So typically, this sort of projects may give rise to various issues, such as project delays, variations or changes in the original scope of work, unforeseen site conditions, or inadequate or missing information, etc. So let's look at claims by contractors. Right? Contractors usually, what are the claims that they usually have against the employer? Or if you're a subcontractor, your claims against the main contractor. They can relate to variation orders, also known as change orders. These are claims relating to the change of your original scope of work under the contract. So under the original scope of contract, you may have contracted to carry out, say, item A, But in the course of the project, there is a change in the works that you need to carry out. You are now required to carry out item B. So there may be disputes as to additional payment. As a contractor, if now my scope of work has been changed from what I originally contracted to, there may be an increase in my cost. So definitely I want to be paid extra for this change in scope. So there may be disputes relating to payment for additional works. Then there's always the issue whether the change in the scope was properly instructed. Was there an instruction in writing by the employer as required by the contract? Apart from variations, another very common dispute, a very common claim by contractors in arbitrations relating to construction projects is extension of time claims. As you all would be aware, delays are a prevalent problem in the construction industry. Very often, contractors are unable to meet their contractual completion dates, and they will have to resort to seeking extensions of time to complete the works for various reasons. So disputes always arise when it comes to extensions of time. The contractor may say, I'm entitled to 100 days of extension of time to various delay events. For example, delay in approvals being issued by the relevant authorities, variation instructions being issued, or because of inclement weather, etc. But the employer may say, no, you're not entitled to 100 days. Based on our assessment, you're only entitled to 50 days extension of time, for example. So you will have a dispute there. So delays typically involve excusable or non-excusable delays. Whether the delays are solely caused by the employer, or are they caused by the contractor, or are they caused by external factors like, for example, force majeure. So this is a common area of dispute that is often referred to arbitration for determination. And when it comes to delays, some delays are also compensable. So for example, if the works are delayed beyond the control of the contractor, under the contract they may be entitled to payment, to money, or what is known as loss and expense. So there may be a dispute as to this as well. Apart from this, contractors may also claim for prolongation costs or disruption costs when the project is delayed for reasons beyond their control. So often this leads to a dispute as well, which is then referred to arbitration. Or there can be just a simple dispute for payment for work done. Your claims, your progressive claims may not have been certified, may not have been paid. So you may have to resort to arbitration to pursue your claims for work done. Then when it comes to the employers, what are the common claims pursued by employers the contractors? The most common claim being liquidated damages. I touched on delays. So if a project is delayed and the delay is caused by the inefficiency of the contractor, the employer would then be entitled to impose liquidated damages. Most construction contracts would have a clause entitling the employer to delay damages because the contractor will naturally suffer losses. For example, if it's a residential project, a housing project, if the project cannot be delivered on time, the housing developer or the owner of the project will face exposures to the end purchasers who may then have claims against the employer for delays. So as a result, most contracts would have a liquidated damages clause entitling employers to pursue claims for liquidated damages. And there will usually be a cap each day, for each day or each week, there will be a specific rate that an employer is entitled to. Of course, as the contractor, you will always dispute a claim for liquidated damages by the employer. You will say, no, the delay is not caused by me. The delays are caused by events beyond my control. So it is unfair for the employer to impose liquidated damages on me. So you have a dispute. If you cannot resolve the dispute, you have to go to arbitration and let an arbitrator or a panel of 3 arbitrators decide your dispute. Whether the employer is entitled to LAD. If he is, how much is he entitled to? Then, of course, employers may also have other claims relating to design, workmanship, or quality of the works carried out by the contractor. In some situations, the contractor may not be able to complete the project because of various reasons, lack of resources, lack of manpower, or because they are financially no longer capable of completing the project. And as a result, the contract may have to be terminated, and the employer may be forced to appoint a third-party contractor, a replacement contractor, to carry out and complete the remaining works. So there's a cost element to the employer. So the employer may be entitled to backcharge this cost against the contractor. The contractor, the original contractor, may disagree, so a dispute arises. So you may have to go to arbitration to have this dispute resolved. Now, earlier I touched on the standard forms of contract, that in order for you to refer the dispute to arbitration, you need to have an arbitration agreement. So most building contracts would have an arbitration clause. And earlier, Paul, when he spoke about mediation, spoke about multi-tiered dispute resolution processes. So some contracts may have several layers that you need to go through before you can refer the dispute to arbitration. For example, the FIDIC contract. The FIDIC contract has a multi-tiered dispute resolution mechanism. So before you can refer the dispute to arbitration, you will have to refer the dispute to the Dispute Adjudication Board for adjudication. And then, if the dispute cannot be resolved after referring it to the DAB, the parties are required to engage in settlement discussions. If the dispute still cannot be resolved, only then you can go to arbitration. So you have to be very careful. If you have an arbitration agreement which is multi-tiered, you have to comply with the process. If you go straight to arbitration, a challenge may be raised against you for non-compliance with the arbitration clause, for having failed to follow the tiered process. So always be careful, read your arbitration clause properly to ensure that the processes are complied with. Of course, a lot of contracts do not have this multi-tiered process. If there's a dispute or difference between the parties, you can straight go to arbitration. Now, coming to arbitrators. One of the key benefits of arbitration is, as the party in dispute, you are entitled to select your arbitrator of choice. Unlike court, if you file a dispute in court, you cannot select your judge. The court will select the judge for your case. Of course, now in our courts, we have the construction courts to cater for construction disputes. So for example, in our Kuala Lumpur court, we have 2 construction courts. So if you have a construction dispute, a dispute relating to a construction contract, it will go to one of those courts. And we have one in Shah Alam as well. But when it comes to arbitration, you can select your arbitrator of choice. Okay? So this is a defining feature of arbitration. So before you select an arbitrator, it is important that you carefully assess the arbitrator's qualifications, the arbitrator's practical experience, the arbitrator's track record, and overall suitability for that role. So essential attributes that you must look at when selecting an arbitrator is the arbitrator's familiarity with the construction industry practices, familiarity with standard form of contracts, and of course, it is also important for arbitrators to be well versed in the legal procedures. This is sometimes a challenge faced by technical arbitrators who do not have a legal background. So while they have expert knowledge in technical issues, which is also very important when it comes to this sort of disputes, they sometimes may lack the legal know-how. So which could also be a challenge for you. So it is always good to ensure that the arbitrator you select is familiar with the legal aspects, with the procedural aspects as well. And here's just some statistics in my slide on the key criteria in selecting an arbitrator. So based on this survey, 70% of people who voted in this survey said one of their major criteria is that there must be a timely delivery of awards. As a contracting party, you go to arbitration, after having had your dispute heard, you naturally want the arbitrator to decide your dispute as quickly as possible, because you want to get your payment and you want to move on. Then industry experience, which I touched on, 68%. Another important aspect is case and counsel management skills. As an arbitrator in a more complex arbitration, you may face very senior lawyers representing the contractor and representing the employer. So it can be a daunting experience for you as an arbitrator, especially if you're a technical arbitrator, you're a non-lawyer arbitrator. And then you could be faced with various challenges, you could be faced with various objections, you could be faced with various requests for time. Because as an arbitrator, you will set timelines for parties to comply. Parties may not be able to comply, so you may have a situation where they ask you for time. You give them, say, 1 month to file their statement of claim, or six weeks to file their statement of claim. Then you may get a request for extension of time. I want another 2 weeks, I want another 3 weeks. The other party may object. So how do you manage this? So it can be very daunting for you as an arbitrator. So it's very important when you select an arbitrator that the arbitrator is able to properly manage the case. So the dispute can be efficiently heard, fairly heard, and the dispute can be quickly resolved through arbitration. And of course, having technical knowledge is also very important. Unlike your standard contractual or commercial disputes, building contracts are very complex in nature, as you would appreciate. So it is also important that your arbitrator has some form of technical knowledge. Now, just to take you through the overview of the arbitration process. So how do you kickstart an arbitration process? So now you have a dispute. Say your dispute relates to extensions of time and LAD. The contractor says that they are entitled to extensions of time and they have claims for loss and expense arising from their claims for time. And then the employer, on the other hand, says no, the delay is attributable to the contractor, so they want to impose LAD on you. So there's a dispute which cannot be resolved. You have an arbitration clause in your contract, you want to trigger that process. What do? Your first step is to have a notice of arbitration issued. So if you're the contractor and you want to initiate arbitration against the employer, you first issue a notice of arbitration to signify your intention to refer the dispute to arbitration. Then once the notice process is completed, you then move on to appoint an arbitrator. If it's an institutionalized arbitration where it's administered by a center, say for example the AIAC, if both parties cannot agree on the choice of arbitrator, the contractor says I want arbitrator A, but the employer says no, I want arbitrator B. So even there you have a small dispute, you cannot agree on an arbitrator. What do? You go to the institution, you go to the AIAC for example, and you get the director of the AIAC to appoint an arbitrator. The AIAC, for example, they will look at your dispute, the nature of your contract, the nature of the claims, and they will select a suitable arbitrator from their panel of arbitrators. And then once the arbitrator is appointed, the arbitrator will then kickstart the arbitration process by usually calling for what is called a preliminary meeting or a preliminary hearing, whereby timetables would be set. Timetables for you to submit your documents, your claim documents, the statement of claim, your defense, your counterclaim. Timelines would be set for this. Timelines for you to put in your bundles of documents. Timelines for you to put your witness statements. And then, of course, hearing dates would also be fixed. And then, once these processes are completed, all your submissions goes in, your evidence goes in, you have the dispute heard. there'll be hearing dates fixed. During the hearing dates, you will call your respective witnesses, your factual witnesses, your expert witnesses to give evidence. And then once this process is completed, usually as a matter of norm, after the hearing is completed, the parties would be expected to put in their closing submissions, a written form of closing submissions. And usually you'll be represented by lawyers. In some instances, you may be represented by, claims consultants or even technical consultants. So you have to put in your closing submissions. The arbitrator or the panel of arbitrators will then have to consider the evidence that have been led, both oral and documentary, as well as the written arguments or legal arguments that have been raised by both parties, and they will then have to deliver their final award. Earlier I mentioned about institutionalized arbitration. So if you have an institutionalized arbitration, it will be administered by the center. So you follow the center's rules and procedures. But some arbitration agreements may cater for ad hoc arbitrations. So these are less formal. They are not governed by any institutions. So parties are free to decide on who to appoint, where to have their dispute heard. Of course, the advantage of having institutionalized arbitrations, you would have a clear set of rules and you will have administration support. Like for example, under AIAC, you have so many case counsels managing your case. Okay, so these are some of the various common arbitration institutional rules that are available. I won't take you through this. Now, coming to cost-related considerations, earlier Paul touched on how expensive arbitration is and why it's more advantageous to go to mediation because it's a lot cheaper. So it cannot be denied that arbitrations can be expensive. You have to cater for, if it's an institutionalized arbitration, you have to cater for the center's administrative fees. You have to cater for the arbitrator's fees. If you are represented by counsel, you have to cater for your counsel's fees. So you have to come up with a lot of monies. But of course, the one big advantage is if you succeed. As a successful party, you are able to recover your costs. All the costs that you have expended for the arbitration, provided they are reasonable, provided they are justified, you can recover it from the losing party. And arbitrations can be lengthy in nature. Arbitration was originally designed to be a quick resolution process, but unfortunately, the process can take long because of the complexities involved, because of the more relaxed or rather more flexible nature as compared to court. And then sometimes you have this multi-tiered dispute resolution clauses where you have to go through several processes before you can actually go to arbitration. And usually when it comes to construction disputes, you would have expert evidence. You would have experts coming in to address issues of delay. You would have experts coming in to address issues of quantum. If it's an engineering dispute, you may have engineers coming in to give expert evidence on matters such as design, for example. So it can take a while and it can be expensive. Another advantage when it comes to arbitrations is that arbitrators can grant you interim relief. Sometimes parties in dispute need quick relief. For example, it is common in construction contracts for the contractor to provide a performance bond to guarantee performance. And if they don't perform, if there's a breach of their performance, the employer may be entitled to call on the bond. So there's often a dispute because the contractor will say, no, I've been performing. So you're not entitled to touch on my bond. Let me complete the works. The employer says, no, 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 you have been in breach. I'm going to call on your bond. So they go to the bank, they trigger the bank and ask the bank to cash on the bond. So what the contractor has to do, the contractor may then have to seek an interim relief to restrain the employer from calling on the bond pending the arbitration process being completed and the arbitrator delivering the final award. So these are some of the final interim reliefs that you can obtain in arbitrations, and many of the major arbitral institutions these days empower arbitrators to grant such reliefs. Alternatively, in Malaysia, under our Arbitration Act 2005, under Section 18, you can quickly go to court to get these interim reliefs while the arbitration process is on foot. Okay, I know I'm running out of time, so I will just quickly take you through my remaining slides. Experts play an important role in arbitrations. I mentioned just now, when your dispute involves delay, sometimes you may need an independent expert to come in to give evidence on who is at fault, who is responsible for the delay. An expert may be necessary to carry out a time impact analysis or a delay analysis to examine the critical path to determine whether it's the contractor's delay, whether it's an employer's delay, or whether it's a concurrent delay where both parties are attributable or responsible for the delay. So you may need a delay expert. If it's a complex engineering contract, you may need a consulting engineer to come in to give expert evidence on design, for example, or various other engineering issues. Sometimes there may be complex disputes as to quantum. So you may need a financial expert to come and give evidence on quantum, on your claims for example, loss of profit, loss and expense, prolongation costs, etc. So experts play a key role in arbitrations, and they greatly help arbitrators decide the dispute. And especially when you have a lawyer arbitrator who may not possess the technical knowledge, because they are legally trained, not technically trained. So they rely heavily on experts. Experts assist them to form a view, to come up with a decision on technical aspects of the dispute. So what is your role as a building engineer? Basically, disputes sometimes cannot be avoided. Construction projects are fraught with disputes, unfortunately. So you always have to prepare for a dispute in advance. So make sure that you have sound knowledge of the site, you have a proper record of all documents, your site diary, etc. are all things that are very, very important. Your progress reports, all these are key aspects of your role as a building engineer. So that if there's a dispute and you have to go to arbitration, you are able to produce all of this as evidence to support your case. Yeah, it is also very common for construction projects to have site meetings. So make sure the meetings are properly minuted. All your payment records, payment is a very common form of dispute as well. All your certificates of payment are all properly tabulated. There's a proper record. I've touched just now about court process. I've already told you about the advantages of going to arbitration as opposed to court. But of course now, like I mentioned earlier, in Malaysia, we have specialized construction courts. Even in UK, we have the Technology and Construction Court. So construction disputes which are filed in court would go to these specialized courts. But comparing it to arbitration, court disputes are not confidential. They can be reported. So arbitrations are confidential. When it comes to adjudication, they are only temporarily binding, and they are usually confined to payment-related disputes. Certified claims not paid, uncertified claims. So you just go to adjudication, and it's usually document-based only, and you get a quick decision so that you can be paid and you can carry on with the project. But it's not final, it's only temporary. I think I've touched on all this. Yeah, so these are some of the important tools for you to prepare for a case in arbitration. Keep a track record, keep all the logs, photos, your RFIs, your architect's instructions, your engineer's instructions, your inspection reports, your work programs, your meeting notes are all very, very important evidence that an arbitrator would depend on in deciding your dispute if the dispute goes to arbitration. So like I mentioned earlier, it's important that you know your dispute clause. It is good to, attend conferences like this to gain better knowledge on arbitrations. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my presentation. So just to conclude, as you can see from my arbitration, construction arbitration is an important aspect of construction projects these days, as can be seen by the growing reliance on arbitration. And arbitration continues to evolve to meet the demands of modern construction practice, and institutions have introduced expedited procedures and frameworks and clearer rules to facilitate a better, more effective and efficient dispute resolution mechanism through arbitration. And I will just end by quoting Redfern and Hunter, who have said this: "What users want from arbitration is a decision that is final, binding and capable of enforcement, and they want it without necessary delay or expense." That's all for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rohan, for the excellent presentation. This gives. Okay, now we go to the last speaker, which is Karen Goth. Karen Goth is actually a practicing barrister in the UK. She's coming on live, and she was the president of CIARB, which is Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK, and she's also specialized in construction arbitration and construction disputes. So she has a lot of experience, and she's in the panel, and she's already on board. My apologies, Karen, for the delay, but the time seemed to run. So welcome, Karen. You can take it away.
Isaac, thank you very much indeed. First of all, good afternoon to all my friends and colleagues, especially in Kuala Lumpur and at CABE and AIAC. I very much miss being there with you all in person. I hope you can hear me clearly. Thank you for the invitation to join and speak to you today. I think before I put my slides up, I just wanted to pick up on the previous speakers. I think, first of all, a big thank you to Rowan, because he covered a very, very wide subject, which is really very difficult to do in half an hour, but I thought he made a great job of it. I listened to Paul's presentation earlier about mediation, and I think his starting point is a good one. Time is money, and he acknowledged, and I think everybody understands, the high cost of disputes. Disputes are very costly, and what this session is all about is how to minimize disputes and minimize the cost of disputes. And advisors and contractors and employers always have in mind, I think, the cost-benefit analysis of any process they undertake. Can you still hear me? Well, I hope so. I'll carry on talking in the hope that you are still hearing me. But of course, bearing them in mind, that cost-benefit analysis, plan A should always be to avoid disputes. Paul made an analogy. It was what I called the handbag analogy of wants versus needs. And my answer to that analogy, good, you can hear me. I've just been sent a little message. Great. So my answer to the handbag analogy, okay, no, I don't need the handbag. But yes, I do want it. I earned it. I think I more than deserve it. So I will fight for the handbag. And depending how I feel and what I think I'm entitled to, I think I earn the matching shoes as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reality of contracting. And it's the reality also, I think. It reflects human nature. And I think that is where we come to. Mediation is doubtless incredibly cost effective. I'm a great fan of mediation if parties are willing to settle early and willing often to settle cheap. Sometimes people will feel too cheap, which is why they won't want to go down that road. They'll undertake their cost-benefit analysis and they will compare other forms of dispute avoidance or resolution compared to formal arbitration or litigation. And this brings us to DAABs, facilitated negotiation, dispute avoidance, or if that doesn't work, a reasonably cost-effective form of adjudication of the dispute. So let me see if I can put my slides up. This is always a challenge. Slide share. Okay. I need to ask to share the screen, and hopefully that will happen in a moment. But first of all, my exam questions: do DAABs work, or is there a better way to adjudicate construction disputes? So given my question, I am confining myself to adjudication. You've heard about arbitration, you've heard about mediation. Right, hurrah, the slides are up. Okay, do they work, or is there a better way to adjudicate construction disputes? Well, the ranges of available mechanisms for adjudication, threefold or 2.5-fold, I suppose, if we separate out DAABs and dispute boards generally. I'm using the term DAAB interchangeably with dispute boards. They're not exactly comparable. A dispute board may not have a facilitative avoidance function. It may just be an adjudication board. DAABs are definitely dispute avoidance and adjudication boards. So what are the ranges? Contractual adjudication, and contractual adjudication, it is what the parties want to make it. Some contractual adjudications in the standard forms will be more prescriptive, but potentially it applies to all and any disputes on a project. An example of a contractual adjudication clause in a standard form is in the NEC option, which is W1. Bespoke contracts can really put in what they like. There's a freedom of contract. You can design an adjudication scheme to fit the project requirements. So it has that flexibility, which I think is quite an attractive aspect of the process. The other side of the coin is statutory adjudication. You in Malaysia will be very familiar with that. You have your own Act, CEPA. In the UK, we have the Housing Grants, Construction and Regeneration Act, which has been amended. In the standard forms in this country, they are mostly adapted so that they have an adjudication process which reflects the statutory right to adjudication and is compliant with the Act as it must be. And if it isn't in the UK, then the Act applies. NEC option W2 is designed for an adjudication process under the Housing Grants, Construction and Regeneration Act, forgive me. And NEC now has an option W4, which is going to be used in Hong Kong when then security of payments legislation comes online later this year. The contract procedures, as I say, have to be compliant with the regime. So, DAABs, what are they? Which contracts include them? What are their primary functions? Do they work? How do you enforce their decisions? That's what I'm going to talk about. So what are they? It's important to understand that a DAAB is a creature of contract. They don't have a statutory basis, but they are well used and well supported by governments who use them in public contracts, particularly in the NEC forms of contracts. But NEC forms tend to be used for domestic construction contracts and then obviously not used internationally. They are also very much in favour with the World Bank, and the World Bank advocates the use of FIDIC contracts, which expressly include provisions, certainly in the 2017 edition, for DAABs. The DAAB has a dual function, and it's very important that both functions are recognised. The first function is an avoidance function, bringing the parties together, trying to encourage them to avoid the escalation of issues on a contract into a dispute. Head things off early, find a resolution, don't take it any further. That is surely the best and cheapest way to deal with issues. Don't let them become disputes. The second function is, if that can't be avoided, then there is an adjudication. And that can happen swiftly, relatively informally, and relatively inexpensively. Not always as swift as you might hope, but a lot swifter than any formal further binding dispute process. So who makes up a dispute board? Panels of experts. Listening to Rowan just now, all the same sort of considerations apply when you choose your panel. Usually in contracts, if you don't appoint your panel, there is a default mechanism for appointment. With FIDIC, FIDIC has a panel. It will appoint an expert that it thinks is appropriate for the kind of issues that are likely to arise on the contract, or if it's ad hoc, then they'll know immediately what kind of expert is needed and they can appoint. But it is important to make sure you get the right people on the board. These things only work if you do them properly. So which contracts include them? Well, FIDIC 1999 has what's called a dispute adjudication board. FIDIC, the Rainbow Suite 1999, you have the Red Book, the construction where the employer designs, that advocated a standing dispute board where the dispute board would be appointed right at the beginning of the contract. And although it was called a dispute adjudication board, it's quite clear in the provisions that it also had an avoidance function, a function of shuttle diplomacy, if you like, but to be very careful all the time, always to preserve their integrity and independence, because actually, if they couldn't facilitate a negotiated settlement, then they would have to adjudicate, and they didn't want to put themselves in the position of being challenged. FIDIC 2070, huge increase in the prescriptive nature of the process, very clearly dispute avoidance and adjudication board. NEC option W3, that is NEC 4 brought in the option W3, and that has a dispute board process. All these contracts prescribe a complete dispute board or dispute adjudication, dispute avoidance procedure. And then there are also, outside the standard forms of construction contracts, arbitral institutions, the ICC, the CIR, they have dispute board rules, which other standard forms of contracts can import to introduce a dispute avoidance and adjudication scheme into their contracts. So they're quite useful as well. What are the primary functions of dispute avoidance and adjudication boards? Obviously, avoiding disputes, as I've said more than once already, negotiation, facilitation of discussion, elucidating potential or actual issues that arise on a project, and trying to head it all off so that dispute never arises. And very often, that is their most valuable function. And actually, they do it rather successfully. I was listening to Sir Vivian Ramsay give a speech in Singapore a year or two ago, and he always said that when he's on a dispute adjudication board, he would always encourage the negotiation, and he always felt that if he got to having to adjudicate, at that point, the whole dynamic of the process changed, because somebody would, if they made a decision, somebody would lose, somebody would win. And then the parties themselves, the way that they participated and reacted to the process, they then would behave very differently. And I always thought, when I heard him say that, I thought, well, I hadn't actually given that a great deal of thought before, but that is absolutely right. The avoidance function is critical, and if it works, it's brilliant. But once you get to an adjudication position, particularly on the standing board, they may have to adjudicate several times. Once they've adjudicated once, the dynamic will change, and then it will become more difficult. So, but the other key function is, of course, adjudication. If the parties can't avoid an issue, if it escalates into a dispute, they will provide a real-time decision. And the value of that really can't be overestimated. So, do they work? Yes, absolutely they work. Wherever you go in the world, people will give you wonderful examples of how dispute boards have saved the parties time and money, saved huge disputes. But in every case, and this is the same, I think, with mediation, less so with arbitration, because it's a binding form of dispute. It has the force of statutes behind it. They work, but only work if the parties will buy into the process. So the advantages of the AABs: real-time dispute avoidance or decisions. So you keep the project moving, you keep the money flowing. Hopefully, fosters continuing business relationships. The pay now, argue later principle is incredibly important in construction contracts, and the DAABs are all about this, getting a decision, keeping it going. It's informal, it is less adversarial, it's less costly, because obviously the key players in that process are the project team, the parties themselves. It's not always a good idea to come in heavy-handed and high-gunned when you're dealing with the dispute board. The idea is it's on-site, it's with the people doing the project. It's not about pulling in the lawyers and pulling in the experts. Sometimes you have to, sometimes it's worth the expense, but that is not really the idea. The idea, it's a party-led thing. It avoids costly, protracted proceedings. Everybody wants to do that. You can challenge a dispute board decision if you don't like it. And so it's not final, but it is temporarily final. You must abide by it in order for the process to work. You have to keep the money flowing on the project and the project moving, but you can challenge it. NOD, notice of dispute. If you're engaged in dispute adjudication and avoidance boards, and you get a decision and you don't like it, in every form, it almost requires you to give a notice of dispute. And if you don't give a notice of dispute, what was temporarily final becomes final and binding. Then you are then precluded from going on to arbitration and adjudication. Disadvantages. Okay, cost. people always talk about the costs of dispute boards, and I think on a small project, maybe it has some force, but on a major project, it absolutely doesn't. The cost of a dispute board compared to the cost of funding in terms of resourcing, time and money, formal dispute proceedings is negligible. It is really worthwhile to use them, and no doubt one of the reasons why the World Bank is so keen on them, and FIDIC pushes them in all of its contracts. So a disadvantage, FIDIC pushes standing DABs, and standing DABs, you have the advantage of people being familiar with the project, they're being on hand, they're retained throughout the project to respond quickly to anything that arises. An ad hoc dispute board will be less familiar with the project, it will be cheaper, but it's less useful for the dispute avoidance function. You risk a lack of expertise or experience of members, but I think education and training of dispute board members is really quite high. It can get protracted, that depends on the quality of the board always. And as I said just now, you will need to issue a notice of dispute if you don't like a decision, because you may lose the right to arbitrate or litigate if you don't do so. Dispute boards, there are issues with enforcement. How do you enforce a dispute board decision? It's a matter of contract. The obligation to pay now and argue later is a contractual obligation. The parties choose litigation or arbitration in their contract. If a dispute board decision is not honoured, what do you do? In either case, summary proceedings may be available, but I can tell you from personal experience of dealing with a dispute board decision as arbitrator in an arbitration, if you have to go to arbitration to enforce a dispute board decision, time you've got your arbitration panel set up and you've got the proceedings on foot and the parties have pleaded out their case, even in a summary nature, you know, you can be 9 months to a year to enforce a dispute board decision. And at that point, people will look and say, well, actually, was that such a good thing to do? Should I not just have gone to arbitration? So it can get protracted. There is a difficulty in forcing dispute board decisions in arbitration. And unless you can be assured of a summary process that can get it done in 2 or 3 months, so that it would be akin to a court-based enforcement process, that is difficult. Of course, if the parties choose litigation, then usually you could summarily enforce it. It's a contractual obligation, it's a decision, you could take it to court and get it enforced in much the same way as you would get enforced a statutory adjudication decision. You are dependent, even if you litigate, on local courts, and that can be problematic, and therefore it can be just as time-consuming. So, is there a better alternative? Statutory adjudication. The thing about statutory adjudication, because it has the force of law behind it, you do have a speedier process, a certain process. There's less scope for parties to manoeuvre around in it. Yes, it's very good. And I find where there is a statutory adjudication process, for example, in the UK and in Malaysia, you won't see people taking up dispute boards. They would prefer to rely on their statutory rights. But then what types of dispute are covered by statutory adjudication regimes? In some cases, for example, in Malaysia, you have payment disputes. In the UK, we have all disputes. And different places have different scopes for their adjudication legislation, and not everything may be covered. And so that is the big question. What's covered? It's not a complete regime, even if, for example, like in the UK, we have all disputes. But there are so many things excluded, and there is a plethora of satellite litigation, many court decisions about what is or is not capable of forming a reference to statutory adjudication. So that in itself can be difficult. At least with the dispute board, you're in front of the dispute board, you're dealing with a project, everything arising under the project is within the jurisdiction of the board. When you move into statutory jurisdiction, you're in a different territory altogether, and you have to know what is or is not included. And it's not always straightforward. And also with statutory adjudication, there is a formal process to be followed, and you have to adhere to it strictly. And that itself can cause all sorts of disputes. So the propensity for satellite litigation around statutory adjudication is really quite substantial. Disputes about scope. I mean, these are really the big disputes. Some industries are wholly excluded from scope, and I've listed there mining, oil and gas extraction, nuclear. Sometimes there are good reasons to exclude things. Often it's just political. There is a residential occupier exclusion. Some people make it optional, others it's excluded, but that wouldn't stop a residential occupier and a contractor actually opting in to the statutory regime. And in the UK, the courts have been prepared to uphold those agreements. Specific types of work will be excluded, and you have to look to the definitions in the legislation. What are construction operations? What are construction works? And these definitions are also cause restriction in straight security of payment regimes. In payment disputes, what can be included in a payment claim? How long is a piece of string? It sometimes takes years for the courts to work these out. And obviously, clever lawyers pay, if he's lost, to try and avoid enforcement. So arguing about jurisdiction and whether the adjudicator has gone beyond the jurisdiction, that's a clever thing to do. As the legislation becomes more mature, then obviously the ability to take those kinds of points reduce. And we've seen that in the UK. I've seen that looking at Malaysian cases. Where the claim depends on the extension of time is the determination of the extension of time part of the dispute. There have been a lot of disputes about that under security of payments legislation, but in fact, many have been resolved. And I see in the new Hong Kong legislation that's coming out, although it's a little bit woolly, there is an express provision in there that says that if there is a claim to money that's dependent on an extension of time, then the extension of time will be within the jurisdiction of the adjudicator. So I think as the new adjudication legislation is passed, these new jurisdictions have learned from the mistakes of the jurisdictions where the legislation is more mature and it's older. They can look back and see, well, what was a cause of dispute there? Well, we can avoid that. We can be clear about what is in and what is out. So what's the key benefit of statutory adjudication? I think in almost all cases, it outlaws pay when or if paid clauses, which are still deployed around the world in construction contracts. They provide a right to periodic and interim payments, which again, it seems surprising. Certainly in common law jurisdiction, you would have a right to periodic or interim payments, but in some places you actually need to make it clear that that is a right. And if the contract doesn't provide it, the statute will enforce such a right. That's absolutely valuable for contractors. It also provides a default payment regime which prevents extended non-payment. Again, it's all focusing on cash flow, keeping the money moving, keeping contractors paid and projects moving forward. Speed, statutory adjudication has strict time limits. They vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but generally they would be shorter than many contractual regimes. And there's fast recourse to adjudication if a progress payment is not paid. And it often does include a right to suspend work. But as with termination rights, I think nearly all of us lawyers would say, if you're going to suspend, make doubly sure you're in the right, because if you get it wrong, the consequences can be quite disastrous. Key benefits: it's a temporary binding decision, pay now, argue later. There's a statutory enforcement regime that goes alongside the a right to adjudication. In most cases, there's usually great judicial support for enforcement of decisions. And if you don't have that, then you won't have an effective statutory adjudication system. There are limited rights to resist payment, basically want of jurisdiction and allegations of breach of natural justice. Most mature legislation and most jurisdictions where they've had the legislation in force for a number of years, most of those now, the actual effectiveness of challenges to jurisdiction or allegations of breach of natural justice, they've mostly been ironed out, and there are very few of those defences to enforcement that actually have any teeth or will work. So generally, statutory adjudication is indeed really very cost effective. So conclusion, do DAABs work? Well, my answer is yes, but there's always a but, and that's not just because I'm a lawyer. There is always a but. Contractual mechanism of enforcement can be both long and they can be costly. Is there a better way to adjudicate? Well, I've just shown you a quick run through, a canter really, statutory adjudication regimes. Potentially it's quicker, statutory adjudication that is, it's quicker, it therefore is cheaper. Generally decisions are complied with, enforcement is easier, and there are more limited grounds of challenge. Are bespoke adjudication agreements any better? Really, they're no different. They've plugged gaps, really, in statutory adjudication systems. If there's no right to statutory adjudications, then a contract can include a bespoke system, but they have the same issues as DAABs under the FIDIC forms, as the dispute board under NEC, or under statutory regimes. So they're no better really, they just plug gaps. But DAABs are much favoured by FIDIC, but the insistence, to my mind, the insistence, FIDIC's insistence on their use plays down the role of other very effective dispute avoidance or resolution mechanisms, especially mediation. I took a little shot at Paul there, but actually I'm a great fan of mediation, and I think in the right place and in the right time, it's a very effective method. But that is not a form of adjudication. It's non-binding, it's a recommendation. It depends on the parties to give life to it. Something I wanted just to mention really in closing, and it's this, relatively recent, is the RICS conflict avoidance process. And if you go onto the RICS website, you can actually look at it and see what it's about. But I've been involved in a long-running project with a lot of issues, and I'm part of a panel. We've developed our own process, which we adjust according to the nature that the parties ask us to look at. It's fluid, it's incredibly flexible, so that the conflict resolvers, us, the panel members, we craft in each case a process which is appropriate to the particular issue or dispute or potential dispute that we are asked to look at. We give recommendations, they're not binding. But when you have a panel and you have lawyers, you have engineers, you have surveyors, people really experienced with a big knowledge of the contract and the issues that are in the in contention between the parties, a recommendation is incredibly forceful. And this is particularly so with public contracts, I feel, because very often governments and government agencies, they want that guidance, and that will help them settle their disputes. And it's not multi-tiered, it's multifaceted. You can put together anything you like, anything you think will work to head off a dispute, bring the parties back together. And when we talk about a world of increasingly collaborative contracting, my question to you is that kind of procedure, is this the future? Thank you very much for listening.
In the very infancy. So the only contract that is that I know that has got a sort of a contractual adjudication is PAM form, and the new PAM form, and that also has got its own controversies in operation. But definitely IMF and World Bank contracts, if it's being done in Malaysia, will have to abide by dispute resolution boards. But it's still not as popular as probably in the UK. So that's the situation we are in now. But your point that you raised, that it is worth having it because it does improve the situation, I do agree, because if it's a technical issue during the construction process, then it's resolved quickly, and the money part of it, which is the variation, can be resolved. But a lot of it is much more complex in Malaysia because funding is an issue in a lot of construction projects. In the private sector, they take a lot of risk. They don't have sufficient funding, they start a project. So even if you have a dispute resolution board, I feel you will have other problems. So that's some of the comments that I can give you. What do you think? Would it work in Malaysia? You've been to Malaysia several times. You probably know the construction sector.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, your question. Would the dispute board work in Malaysia?
Yeah.
I think, I mean, when I spoke about human nature, I wasn't just talking about Malaysia, but I was also talking about Malaysia. And I think contractors and equally employers, if they think they have a claim, they don't readily just give them up. And I think if you compare the options, will they mediate? Will they adjudicate? Will they arbitrate? I think they will veer towards adjudication and arbitration or litigation rather than mediation. They might consider, I think it's worthwhile for them to consider, especially because it's confidential and non-binding, the conflict avoidance process that I discussed, which is not a dispute board as such, it's a panel, but it makes recommendations. But because it's entirely confidential, if parties don't like it, they can go on then either into statutory adjudication, or they set up a board and have a contractual adjudication, or they could circumvent all of that and just go to arbitration and litigation. But they would do so knowing what the scope of the dispute is, knowing what the other side's approach to the dispute is. Not a fishing expedition like Paul described, but a sort of a reality check.
Okay. All right. Karen, it's been a long day. I think I kept you waiting for some time. So thank you very much for your for waking up in the morning and spending your morning time, what you call, imparting some of your experience and knowledge to us. Thank you very much. I'm skipping the panel session because it's already very late. I think most of the students, but there was one question from the students who are online, and they asked this question, whether if you are technical, would you be suitable to practice dispute resolution? So my answer is that yes, but I mean, of course, the student asked, does she need to take legal courses? I think it's not necessary, but you need to understand the contracts well. And I think most, I mean, I come from the technical industry. The architects, engineers, all of them have got a very good understanding of contractual arrangements in contracts. But over the years, I think a lot more they seem to not practice as in the older days, where most disputes are settled by the consultancy itself before it goes out. So when they finalize the final account, they are supposed to resolve all disputes. Otherwise, the client will be upset. But today it's a different scenario. They seem to open, they keep open the final accounts for some time, and you know, because of the availability of so many other forms of dispute resolution, there seem to be an attitude like, okay, never mind, let's go to the next form, arbitration or adjudication and whatnot, which is...
Isaac, it's a bit chicken and egg, isn't it, that? Yeah. Do they go to other forms of dispute resolution because they have less confidence than historically in the engineer, the architect? I've always sort of pondered that question because, as you say, is it just the technical people were always the first line of dispute avoidance and resolution in a contract. If you look at FIDIC 2017, they've tried to re-establish that position for the engineer, but in different areas of the world, of course, contractors have far less confidence in the engineer. The independence of the engineer is paramount to the success of that process. Or I say engineer, but if you talk about a contract administrator or the architect. And if you have that role properly cemented in the contractual machinery, that technical person is the person to avoid or resolve the disputes. But where there's no confidence in that process, this is when you see the development of other processes and almost a preference for them. And I don't think that necessarily is a good development in contracting.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Karen.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure listening to your conference.
Yes, thank you. And all right, we are at the last stage, so any other students want to ask a question? I mean, the short answer for that, the young lady who asked that question is, yes, you can enter the arbitration process. If you want to be an adjudicator, you got to sit for certain exams which are conducted in the AIAC. And of course, there are other trainings that you can go for to become arbitrator and mediation, but that's only a starting point. Then you still have to get experience. So it's a bit of a lengthy process. But adjudication is, by law, you need 7 years of experience in the construction industry before you sit for the exam. And then after that, you can be an adjudicator in Malaysia. So that's the answer. Any other questions before I sort of close the session for today? It's already been past 6:30. Any other question? If none, then any question at the back there? You want to ask any question? No? Yes? No. Okay. then we'll close the session. But before I close, I'd like to thank the endorsers. Before the endorsers, I'd like to thank the panel speaker, Karen, Rohan, and of course, Paul Rose. So they all have contributed a viewpoint on the ADR process in Malaysia. So thank you very much, and we will close this panel session, and then I will close this conference after a long day. And I'd like to just thank all the endorsers and who have contributed to this conference. So if you see at the back of my my slides here, it's endorsed by various bodies. You have the MBOT, AIADR, and you have my RBS, the American Construction Institution, and BCAM, RISM, ACPM, ACEM, and IFE. So thank you very much for the endorsement that was provided, and we have a few things before I leave. Rohan, can I call you up, please? Much towards the end, but thank you very much to all the delegates who stuck until this time. I hope it was enlightening, and especially to the students, this is something that you don't study in the school textbooks or the college textbooks, so it would be different, you know, and I hope it spurs some interest in the area of building engineering or even arbitration, adjudication, and other forms of dispute resolution, and the new technologies that you were shown. And there are also new industries that's been formed, ESG, and areas like that. So it is my hope that technical people do try to, especially those going to work in construction, do try to understand better dispute resolution and the laws that are pertaining to it. Right, so thank you very much, and hope to see you next year. It's about the same time usually. We have been doing this conference for the past 10 years, so we still will do it in future. And this is CABE Malaysia's contribution to the industry, as well as to ensure that the lively discussions and cross flow of information and solutions to the various problems that is occurring in the country regarding to the construction process, from safety to fire to other aspects of construction. Thank you very much, and see you next year. Thanks.
Thank you, SR Isaac, and thank you, everyone. For speakers, we are deeply grateful for your presence and support. For our honorable guest, Dr. Hywel Davies, Technical Director of CABE, thank you for joining us and make this event so special. And before we end our session, I would like to call all speakers to come forward so we have a photograph session. All the speakers and also the participants, and later on we'll have students at the back, so all of the participants except students can come forward. We can take one picture together.